Chapter 2031. The woman in red walked forward and stood quietly. Then, she said coldly, "My name is Zhou Jianying. I'm Bai Zijing's junior sister." "What? Bai Zijing's junior sister?" Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Bai Zijing was very terrifying. His junior sister should be pretty good too. On the other side, Chonglu also asked in a deep voice, "What? You want to stand up for your senior brother? In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." The woman in red, Zhou Jianying, said indifferently, "If you have any means, just use them. However, I only need 3 moves to deal with you." "What? 3 moves?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Everyone had seen Chonglu's earth physique. Even a powerful swordsman like Beichin couldn't break through his defense. One could imagine how terrifying the earth physique was. But now, this woman in red who had just appeared in front of them actually said that she would finish him off in 3 moves. This was simply a fantasy. For a moment, even the older generation figures and the surrounding geniuses frowned. Could it be that this woman in red has some trump card or ultimate move? After hearing this, Chonglu laughed out loud. "Finish me off with a move. You're quite arrogant. However, you're underestimating my earth physique too much. You won't succeed. It's useless to say more. Make your move." The woman in red, Zhou Jianying, didn't want to say anything at all. Her jade-like hands gripped the long sword at her waist. It was a red long sword. It was very thin, only 2 fingers wide. Mysterious runes were drawn on the blade of the sword. "Beauty, just make your move. I won't dodge." Chonglu laughed. He was very confident in his earth physique. Buzz! As soon as he said that, a red sword shadow quickly flashed in the void. Clang! Immediately after, a deafening sound rang out. Then, everyone's ears went numb, and their faces turned pale. They quickly sealed their hearing, and all of them looked terrified. What happened? They were all stunned because the sword light was simply too fast. In the next moment, the surrounding geniuses and older generation experts all frowned. His expression was extremely solemn. Earlier, they had thought that the red-clothed woman was boasting. But now, it would appear that she was definitely not boasting. That sword strike just now made them feel a sense of fear and trepidation. They didn't catch the sword's shadow at all. Demon Lord's complexion changed greatly. To be honest, he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. Because he was using a heavy sword, his speed was ordinary. Only when he used some unique skills could he increase his speed. Under normal circumstances, his speed was not fast. However, he was not afraid of fast opponents because his defense was strong. If his opponent could not penetrate it, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. But this time, he was truly stunned. That was because his opponent's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't even react in time. Fortunately, he possessed the Earth Constitution. Thus, he was currently wearing a layer of Earth armor. The sword strike just now had landed on the Earth armor, emitting an incomparably sonorous sound. Damn it! How could this be? Then, Demon Lord exclaimed. That was because a crack had appeared on the Earth armor he was wearing. From the looks of it, it was a full 1/3. What? The Earth armor was split open. Hearing this news, everyone was even more shocked. This was even more shocking than not being able to catch the other party's sword shadow. That was because the other party's speed was fast. If his attack power was not good enough, he would not be able to catch it at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was not only fast, but his attack power was also terrifying. One sword strike had split open the earth armor. The second sword strike. Just as everyone was in a daze, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, spoke again. Then, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, they still did not see how the other party attacked. They did not see how the sword light appeared. They only heard Demon Lord scream. His eyes were wide open, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. That was because the earth armor on his body had been completely split open. A vacuum was revealed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Isn't the other party's attack power too strong? 2 sword strikes and the earth armor had been split open? This made Demon Lord's hair stand on end. The earth armor was not a treasure. It was a kind of magical ability that extended from his earth constitution and bloodline power. Normally, even mighty figures would not be able to break it open. But now, it had been split open by 2 sword strikes. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The red-clothed woman in front of them was several times stronger than the blue-clothed man from before. However, at this moment, the nightmarish voice sounded again. The third sword strike. Damn it! Demon Lord roared angrily. Speed was not his strong suit, so he could not dodge at all. He could only take the other party's sword strike head-on. In the next moment, he changed his angle so that the earth armor that had not been split open faced the sword light. At the same time, he activated the defensive inner armor on his body to quickly resist. Bang! In the next moment, he screamed and was sent flying backward. His huge body directly tore through the void. It was useless. Everything was useless. Even though he had changed his angle, the other party's sword chi still accurately entered the armor that had been split open. Then, the inner armor on Demon Lord's body was also split open. Fortunately, he had the earth constitution. Otherwise, this sword strike would have directly split him into 2 halves. But even so, he was still injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth into the void. You've lost. In front, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, slowly withdrew her sword and said coldly. The surroundings were quiet. No one spoke. This was because everyone was stunned. The millions of cultivators were completely stunned by these 3 sword strikes. What kind of 3 sword strikes were these? They couldn't describe it at all. At this moment, they felt a surge of emotion. At the same time, there was a deep chill in their hearts because they realized that even if they faced these 3 sword strikes, they wouldn't be able to resolve it at all. Other than resisting it head-on, they couldn't think of any other way. But resisting it head-on was useless. Even Demon Lord, who had the earth constitution, couldn't resist it, let alone them. In the distance, Demon Lord struggled to stand up from the void. He covered his wound with a pale face. He wanted to fight again, but his body didn't allow him to fight anymore. Because he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was very unwilling. He came this time to challenge Bai Zijing. But now, Bai Zijing didn't make a move at all. Just a junior sister of the other party had seriously injured him. This made him extremely unwilling. At the same time, there was a strong fear in his heart. Chapter 2032. Unexpectedly, Bai Zijing did not make a move at all. Just a junior sister of the other party had severely injured him. This made him extremely indignant. At the same time, there was a strong sense of horror in his heart. His junior sister was already so powerful. What terrifying level had Bai Zijing reached? For a moment, everyone fell silent. What a fast sword! At this moment, a figure exclaimed from the distant horizon. This figure was a young man wearing a red robe and had a handsome face. It was Lin Xian, who had rushed all the way to Mount Hua. He had just arrived near Mount Hua when he saw Zhou Jianying's 3 sword moves. he immediately exclaimed. Because these 3 sword moves were too fast, even he was a little shocked. Could this be Bai Zijing's strength? He is indeed very strong. No wonder he is so famous. Lin Xian thought to himself. The next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked forward. However, he soon frowned and even exclaimed softly. This was because he discovered that the one who attacked was not the legendary Bai Zijing, but a woman. A woman in red. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with this woman in red. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he knew this woman in red. Zhou Jianying, why is she here? Lin Xian was surprised. This woman in red was none other than Lin Xian. Back in the Tiannan region, when the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Association was competing, Lin Xian had seen her before. Moreover, they had exchanged blows. At that time, Zhou Jianying was one of the 4 great geniuses of the Tiannan region, and her sword intent was very sharp. However, he did not expect her to appear here now. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Meeting an old friend here made Lin Xian very emotional. It seems that I'm not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. This Zhou Jianying definitely had a great fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian muttered to himself in a low voice. Indeed, if not for a fortuitous encounter, how could she have come to the middle ground from the small island Nantian region? Moreover, her strength had become extremely strong. As for what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, Lin Xian did not care. What he cared about now was the other party's strength and which one was Bai Zijing. It was because Bai Zi was actually his opponent this time. Originally, Lin Xian thought that this was just a battle between the two of them. He did not expect Bai Zijing to create such a grand spectacle. It was no longer his business to challenge everyone on Mount Hua. Therefore, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he quickly joined the crowd and watched silently. Lin Xian's arrival did not attract much attention. He was not famous in the Tai dynasty. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king right now. This kind of cultivation was not outstanding among the millions of martial artists. There were quite a number of mighty figures around. Apart from that, there were also peerless geniuses and powerful seniors. Thus, no one paid any attention to a mere 6-star king. At this moment, their gazes were all on the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, in front of them. Who else wants to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. At the front, Zhou Jianying coldly spoke. Her voice clearly rang out in everyone's ears. If there's no one, you'll have to respect my senior brother Bai Zijing as the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. Hearing this, the millions of martial artists were enraged. Being the #1 swordsman was a supreme honor. That was because there could only be one #1 in the younger generation. However, at this moment, loud laughter came from afar. The #1 swordsman of the younger generation. What an arrogant tone. But I'd like to see if he's qualified or not. Hearing this voice, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, raised her eyebrows and looked into the distance. The millions of martial artists in the surroundings also turned their heads. In the distance, a figure walked over quickly like a fleeting shadow. At first, he was still on the horizon, but in an instant, he arrived in front of everyone. What a fast movement technique! Everyone was shocked. Just by looking at the speed of the movement technique, they knew that the person who came was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xian was in the crowd. He also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw that the person who came was a young man with an evil charm. He was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. However, there was an evil aura around him. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Bai Zijing and said coldly, "If you want to become the #1 swordsman of the younger generation, you'll have to ask if I, Shang Wanqi, agree to it." Shangguanqi, he's evil sword Shangguanqi. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They did not expect him to come too. Evil sword Shangguanqi, the top swordsman of the younger generation. His reputation was on par with Bai Zijing's. However, Bai Zijing was the first prince's man while Shangguanqi was the third prince's man. They did not expect him to finally come now. Things were getting interesting. The experts sent by the third prince were here. The eighth prince and the other princes would probably send experts here too. This time, it would be impossible for Bai Zijing to succeed if he wanted to challenge everyone. Yeah. Putting the others aside, Shangguanqi alone is extremely terrifying. I wonder if Bai Zijing can defeat him. The surrounding martial artists discussed animatedly. The seniors and supreme talents also looked solemn. They knew that an expert had finally stepped up. However, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, smiled and stared at Shangguanqi. Your evil sword Shangguanqi. Great. I wanted to look for you. If I defeat you, I should be able to become famous. Facing Shangguanqi, Zhou Jianying was not afraid at all. Instead, she was excited. She felt that the sword aura in her body was surging rapidly. However, Shangguanqi smiled evilly and said, Girl, you're quite powerful, but you don't stand a chance against me. Let your senior brother do it. We'll know if I have a chance after we try. Zhou Jianying snorted coldly. In the next moment, her jade-like palm grabbed the red sword at her waist again. Buzz! Another sonorous sound was heard. Then, a fine sword radiance flashed across the sky. This sword was so fast that the crowd could not catch it. Clang! However, Shangguanqi was not afraid of such a fast sword at all. He drew out a gray longsword and blocked it in front of him. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal clashing. It was extremely terrifying. Shangguanqi blocked the lightning-like sword aura calmly. He blocked it. The surrounding martial artists cheered excitedly when they saw this scene. That was because the red-clothed woman's fast sword had given them too much pressure. In fact, they could not think of anyone who could block it. However, as soon as Shangguanqi appeared, he blocked it with ease. This made everyone very excited. Shangguanqi was indeed worthy of his reputation. His reputation was not inferior to Bai Zijing's. The surrounding martial artists were excited. The red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, also frowned. This was the first time someone had blocked her sword. Chapter 2033. However, it was impossible to defeat her. Soon, Zhou Jianying would use her second and third sword. The terrifying sword light turned into continuous lightning, quickly slashing forward. However, the evil young man opposite her, Shangguanqi, dealt with it calmly. The gray longsword in his hand also turned into a dazzling sword screen, blocking Zhou Jianying's attack. Both of them were very fast, and all kinds of sparks could be heard from time to time in the sky. Everyone was dazzled. Only the older generation experts and peerless geniuses could still keep up with their movements. The others couldn't see them at all. They could only see blurry afterimages. As expected of Shangguanqi, he was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even a strong physique like the thick earth physique couldn't defend against the sword technique, but he was completely fine. That's great. I think Shangguanqi will definitely succeed. Not necessarily, don't let your guard down. That woman in red is also very terrifying. She's not famous at all, but she can actually fight to a draw with Shangguanqi. Don't you think it's too terrifying? Moreover, she's only Bai Zijing's junior sister. Do you think the two of them will win? Everyone was discussing. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, although both of them are very strong, it seems that Sheng Wanqi will win. Hearing this, some people nodded, while others disagreed. Someone asked again, how many moves will it take for them to win? It seems that it will take at least 100 moves. Lin Xian voiced his guess. Hearing this, the others sneered and shook their heads. What a joke, 100 moves. Why would there be a need for so many moves in a battle between experts? I think 30 to 50 moves should be enough. It will definitely not exceed 30 moves. This kid is obviously talking nonsense. What can an ordinary 6-star king like him know? He probably can't even see the speed of the two of them. Feeling the aura emitted by Lin Xian, everyone shook their heads. In their opinion, Lin Xian was just a person with good talent, but in front of so many geniuses, he was not enough at all. For a moment, no one believed Li Xian's words. The battle between the two was very intense. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, at that moment, Zhou Jianying started to frown. She discovered that her opponent was truly very powerful. Furthermore, he was so powerful that it surpassed her expectations. One must know that she was very confident in her sword technique. Other than her senior brother Bai Zijing, she had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation. But now, her opponent's swordsmanship was so sharp that it could block her attack. Even the terrifying defense of the thick earth physique couldn't block it, but the other party actually blocked it. Wang! At this moment, Zhou Jianying shouted and raised the red sword in her hand. On the body of the sword, a bright light blossomed. Red runes flashed rapidly and connected together. For a moment, more than half of the space was enveloped by this red light. Terrifying sword runes flickered in the void, emitting a mysterious aura. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed. Some of them even cried out in alarm. Look, the other party is about to use his ultimate move. Blazing Red Rock Slash. At this moment, Zhou Jianying used her ultimate move. With the red sword as the center, the entire space around it was covered with a layer of red runes. A terrifying murderous aura appeared in the void, shaking the void. Then, as the sword slashed down, the runes in the sky trembled rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Take my evil god sword technique. On the other side, Sheng Wanqi wasn't afraid at all. He laughed loudly. Immediately, the sword light in his body soared into the sky. A few terrifying sword chi enveloped him, forming a powerful battle suit. Not only that, but there were also streaks of gray sword chi circling around him. He seemed to have turned into a god of death and was abnormally sharp. Clang! 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 The red sword light and the red sword runes in the sky collided with the gray sword chi, letting out thunderous sounds. The entire void was torn apart in an instant and countless spatial cracks appeared. Boom! Then, the two collided intensely and a terrifying force surged into the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying hole was torn in the sky. A huge black hole appeared and spun rapidly, completely engulfing a mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. They swallowed their saliva and quickly retreated. That was because this attack was simply too terrifying. If they were hit by these attacks, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. These two people were too heaven-defying. Although they hadn't reached the almighty level, their combat strength had already surpassed ordinary almighties. Peerless geniuses, they were the true peerless geniuses. The surrounding people discussed animatedly and clenched their fists, extremely excited. In the distance, Bai Zijing stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. Meanwhile, the man in blue, Bei Qin, frowned. Because he was very clear about Zhou Jianying's strength. Other than Bai Zijing, there were probably not many people who could contend against her. But now, Shangguan Qi could actually contend against her, and he could even withstand Zhou Jianying's ultimate move. It really surprised him. In front, the two of them fought even more intensely. Every time they collided, it was astonishing. However, at this moment, Shangguan Qi snorted coldly. Streaks of gray sword qi were emitted from his body. They quickly intertwined and formed a terrifying domain that instantly covered the entire area. Oh no, Shangguan Qi has activated his king domain. It's already been more than 90 moves. Is the outcome about to be decided? On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying also snorted coldly. The red sword light behind her soared into the sky, and she also activated her own domain. The two domains kept colliding and exchanging blows in the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had passed. They had actually exchanged more than 100 moves. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Originally, they thought that the outcome would be decided in 30 moves. They didn't expect that it would actually take more than 100 moves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This scene was similar to what he had expected. Next, it was time for Shangguan Qi to use his ultimate move. Thinking about it, the battle should be over soon. Sure enough, at this moment, Shangguan Qi floated in his own domain and laughed loudly. His black hair had actually turned gray at this moment, and it even carried an aura of death. Sword of the evil god. His handsome face became abnormally evil. Then, Shangguan Qi swung his sword forcefully. Buzz! The sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness. The sky seemed to have been cut in half. An incomparably evil aura was emitted from the sword light, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Oh no! Feeling the sword qi, Zhou Jianying's face also changed. That was because he realized that the sword qi was not only fast and powerful, but it could also affect one's soul. The sword qi actually contained a soul power killing move. Zhou Jianying was shocked. No wonder it was called the evil sword. It was indeed evil. Chapter 2034. A set of red armor covered her body. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a curtain of swords, forming a Milky Way defense in front of her. Bang! Zhou Jianying was shaken by this tremendous power until she kept retreating backwards. Her delicate jade-like feet stomped on the void, creating one black hole after another. Seeing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Jianying was pushed back, she did not suffer any serious injuries. She was only lightly injured. At this rate, she would not be defeated. However, soon, they exclaimed in surprise. After Shangguan Qi succeeded in his attack, he did not stop. Instead, he launched an even fiercer attack. Blade of the Evil Sword. Shangguan Qi waved his long sword again. Suddenly, an even more terrifying gray sword qi slashed forward like a crescent moon. Damn it! Block it for me! Seeing that Shangguan Qi was attacking her again, Zhou Jianying roared. The red long sword in her hand seemed to have turned into a ball of terrifying fire. The red light in the sky quickly shot up into the sky and formed a huge storm. It wanted to burn the gray sword qi. However, the gray sword qi was too terrifying. It extinguished the flames in the sky and slashed on Zhou Jianying's long sword. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Zhou Jianying's arm went numb and she was pushed back again. Soul of the Evil Sword. Seeing that his opponent was pushed back again, Shangguan Qi laughed and launched an even fiercer attack. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by gray sword qi. He was like the god of death, floating in the void. The king's domain around him surged quickly along with his arm. Boom! 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 In the sky, a huge gray sword Qi slashed out and formed a demonic beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws like a dragon or a qilin. It tore through the void and charged toward Zhou Jianying. Red Lotus Sword Qi Protection. Seeing this terrifying attack, Zhou Jianying did not dare to be careless. Her long sword suddenly exploded and turned into a red lotus, instantly enveloping her. Clang! The gray sword Qi was too terrifying. It split the red lotus shadow and slashed Zhou Jianying's body. Puff! Zhou Jianying flew out and crashed into a few mountains. Her delicate body trembled in the void. Not only that, but she also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her face was extremely pale. She was defeated. She was actually defeated. She did not expect that other than Bai Zijing to be able to defeat her. She was really surprised. The surrounding people were also stunned. The older generation experts and peerless experts were all frowning. Even Bai Zijing revealed a surprised expression for the first time. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at Sheng Guanqi, who was standing in front of him. Bai Zijing finally met an interesting opponent. He revealed a smile. Of him. Geniuses were lonely. It was lonely at the top. When one reached a certain height, the feeling of not having an opponent was simply too unbearable. And now, he had finally found someone who could be his opponent. Beside him, the blue-clothed youth, Bei Qin, sucked in a deep breath. This fellow is so strong. In the crowd, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, Sheng Guanqi was very strong. Even he had to be careful when dealing with him. As expected of the middle ground. Just the Tai dynasty alone had such powerful young geniuses. These people were definitely not weaker than the saints of the East. Now that they had reached their level, the meaning of the younger generation was different from that of ordinary people. Those below 300 years old were all called the younger generation. Lin Xian did not know the real age of these geniuses, but there was no doubt about it. These people were the ones who had the most hope of becoming higher beings in the shortest amount of time and obtaining powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian was calm, but in other places, the geniuses had lingering fear. Damn, these people are too strong. I originally thought that the gap between us wasn't big, but now it seems that's not the case at all. That's right. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed. They were true peerless geniuses, far surpassing other ordinary geniuses. The older generation figures were also amazed. At this moment, Bai Zijing finally moved. He slowly stood up, looked ahead, and said coldly. You are qualified to be my opponent. Is that so? But I don't want to fight with you now. The evil-looking young man, Sheng Guanqi, shook his head. He had his own plans. Although he was strong, Bai Zijing was also very strong. He was definitely not weaker than him. And he had just finished a great battle with Zhou Jianying and had already exhausted a lot of energy. He had to recover now and reach his peak before he could fight with Bai Zijing with all his might. Otherwise, if he was not in the right state, he might very well lose. Therefore, he definitely would not fight with Bai Zijing immediately. Let me do it, Bai Zijing. I'll fight you. Another tall and straight figure walked out from the crowd. This was also a handsome young man. He was Li Mengbai, who had explained to everyone previously. Li Mengbai was also an A-list genius. He far surpassed the other geniuses and was very powerful. Therefore, when he came out, everyone also exclaimed in surprise, each and every one of them exclaiming in satisfaction. Because now, 4 or 5 peerless geniuses had already appeared. Each of them made them look up to and excited, making their blood boil. However, Bai Zijing furrowed his brows. He said, I remember that we seemed to have fought a year ago. At that time, you were not my match. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that the two of them had actually fought before. Li Mengbai said in a deep voice, "Indeed, I was not your match a year ago. But in the past year, my improvement is definitely not what you can imagine. Therefore, I am completely qualified to fight with you now." Speaking of this, powerful sword chi suddenly erupted from Li Mengbai's body. Streaks of sword light were like long dragons, spinning rapidly. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Although Li Mengbai was defeated a year ago, no one dared to underestimate him. Because the aura he was emitting now shocked these millions of cultivators. A defeated opponent was not qualified to challenge Brother Bai. The young man in blue, Bei Qin, stood out. He pulled out the Big Dipper sword in his hand. "Why don't I play with you first?" "Okay." Li Mengbai nodded and did not refuse. He knew that if he did not show off his powerful combat power, Bai Zijing would not fight with him. So at the next moment, he made an inviting gesture. Big Dipper connecting the heavens. Bei Qin used a powerful killing move the moment he attacked. The Big Dipper sword in his hand released a terrifying aura. Immediately, 7 huge star phantoms appeared in the sky. Together, a terrifying sword light slashed down. Chapter 2035. In the sky, 7 huge stars revolved, and the terrifying starlight turned the entire void into night. The power of the stars in the sky swept out crazily, completely enveloping Li Mengbai. Li Mengbai stood in the void with a solemn expression, and his body emitted sharp sword light. Facing the terrifying killing intent of the stars, he strode forward like a king. Buzz! He drew his silver-white longsword and slashed horizontally. Instantly, the illusory stars were destroyed one after another. What? He's actually so strong. Bei Qin was shocked. Seeing that his killer move had been destroyed so easily, he was extremely shocked. Because a year ago, when Li Mengbai fought with Bai Zijing, he was also there. At that time, Li Mengbai's strength was on par with his. But now, after just a year, Li Mengbai could easily destroy his killer move. This meant that Li Mengbai's strength had completely surpassed his. Damn it, how much did Li Mengbai's strength increase in a year? They were all geniuses and had similar resources. Logically speaking, the increase in combat power should be about the same. But now, it seemed that this was far from the case. Li Mengbai's increase in combat power far surpassed his. Therefore, Bei Qin was extremely shocked. No wonder Li Mengbai had the confidence to challenge Bai Zijing again. Bai Zijing also narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. No wonder, your strength has indeed increased a lot. It seems that you're not weaker than junior sister Zhou. Since that's the case, you're qualified for me to make a move. What? Bai Zijing is going to make a move. Seeing this scene, everyone was abnormally excited. They didn't expect that after waiting for so long, Bai Zijing was finally going to make a move. On the opposite side, Li Mengbai also clenched the silver longsword in his hand tightly. This time, I won't lose to you easily. Make your move. However, Bai Zijing was very calm. His black hair fluttered, and his handsome face was extremely calm. His slender body exuded an extremely sharp aura. Come, let me see how much you've improved in this year. You'll see. Li Mengbai said coldly, and then he made his move. A silver-white sword light lit up, and then the world lost its color. The surrounding wind blew, and even many mountain peaks were directly sliced in half. Everyone exclaimed and retreated continuously, their eyes filled with intense shock. They thought that Li Mengbai was very strong, but they didn't expect that they had still underestimated him. This sword was even stronger than before. Wang. On the other side, Bai Zijing also frowned. He had not expected that the other party had hidden his strength. So in the next moment, he drew his sword. His speed was very fast, even faster than the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying. No one could see the trajectory of his attack. They could only see a ray of light flashing through the void, followed by an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding gale and silver-white sword light were instantly split in half. What a terrifying sword art! Seeing this scene, those exceptional experts and people of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. Li Mingbai's expression was also extremely solemn. He naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the other party was. Therefore, he did not think that he would be able to succeed in one go. However, the fact that his opponent was able to easily cut through his attack still surprised him greatly. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who had improved. The other party's improvement in the past year was also frightening. White Dragon Pierce. Li Mengbai did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used her ultimate move. Boom! Boom! Above the long sword, a white dragon shadow appeared, roaring in the void. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the surrounding void, forming a powerful and terrifying power that directly charged toward Bai Zijing. The million cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying killing move to appear right after they exchanged blows. It was truly shocking. Facing the white dragon shadow, Bai Zijing also nodded slightly. Not bad, your combat strength has indeed improved greatly. However, your speed is not fast enough and can't hurt me at all. This is not fast enough. In the crowd, those geniuses were dumbfounded. This attack was already very terrifying, and they had no confidence in taking it on. However, Bai Zijing actually said that his speed was not fast enough. It was really despairing. Buzz! At the next moment, Bai Zijing took a step forward, and 10,000 rays of light flashed on his body. Then, 10,000 phantoms appeared, and each of them was exactly the same as him. They filled the void, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Myriad Mirror Movement Technique. This Bai Zijing had actually cultivated this movement technique to such a profound level. Some people of the older generation exclaimed. This was a terrifying movement technique that could instantly create 10,000 clones. Each of them seemed real, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, there was only one real body, and he was hidden among the 10,000 clones. Only by finding him would he be able to break the clones. Since I can't find him, I'll break all of them. Li Mengbai took a step forward, and the aura on his body also changed. He was no longer calm and composed. Instead, he was filled with killing intent. His hair danced wildly in satisfaction. Behind him, a silver-white sword light quickly interweaved, forming a terrifying domain. It soared into the sky like a wave. These sword lights blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They emitted an astonishing killing intent that enveloped those clones. Boom! Boom! Clang! The clones that filled the sky were pierced by the sharp swords and quickly disappeared. Those clones became fewer and fewer, from 10,000 to only a few hundred in the end. However, Li Mingbai's expression was grave. At the next moment, he frowned, and his expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated to the side. That was because he felt a biting cold killing intent coming from behind him. Poof! However, he was still a step too late. Behind him, a dazzling sword light transformed into a long rainbow, instantly enveloping him. Damn it! His real body is actually here. When did he come over? Li Mengbai was extremely shocked. He did not expect Bai Zijing to secretly come to his side and even emit such a terrifying sword aura. He could not dodge it. The other party's speed was too fast, even faster than Zhou Jianying. With Li Mingbai's current speed, there was no way he could dodge it. Boom! So at the next moment, he activated the ring in his hand. That ring was extremely black, and it was worn on his middle finger. Everyone originally thought that it was a storage ring, but now it seemed that it was not at all. That was because the black ring suddenly emitted a monstrous black light, and then a huge pressure was emitted. Immediately after, a black tortoise phantom appeared, completely enveloping Li Mengbai. Clang! Bai Zijing's sword aura slashed on the black tortoise, emitting a deafening sound. Countless cracks were torn in the void, and the black tortoise phantom also dimmed in an instant. However, it did not shatter. Li Mengbai was also forced back a few thousand meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and a strand of hair also floated down. That was too dangerous. Chapter 2036. A defensive Dharma treasure. The surrounding people exclaimed. That black tortoise phantom was indeed terrifying. Even Lei Aoyan's expression was solemn. That was because that kind of defense was comparable to his Earth constitution. However, there was still a difference between the two. The Earth constitution was the power of the bloodline and could be used continuously. On the other hand, Li Mingbai's defensive Dharma treasure was obviously a treasure and could not be used for a long time. Therefore, it could only be used for defense and protection at critical moments. Black Tortoise Defensive Ring. It seems that not only did you grow stronger in this year, but you also had many fortuitous encounters. Bai Zijing was also slightly surprised. However, no matter how many treasures he had, it was useless. He took a step forward and attacked again. The Gale's sword in his hand flashed rapidly. Gale's sword blade. With a thrust of the sword, heaven and earth rumbled. The surrounding green gale spun rapidly and enveloped the entire void. It was not an ordinary gale but was formed by sword chi. Every gust of wind was a gust of sword chi. There were millions of them densely packed together. With a loud boom, heaven and earth were pierced through in an instant. The terrifying gale storm charged toward Li Mengbai. Boom! Li Mengbai was hit by the Gale's sword blade again and was instantly sent flying. The injuries on his body were even more serious. However, his eyes were extremely bright like stars. Floating light phantom sword. Li Mengbai gritted his teeth and roared as he quickly counterattacked. The silver-white longsword in his hand kept flashing, and the domain behind him was also rolling rapidly. Then, 36 light swords formed in front of him and quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious sword pattern. 36 sword lights were arranged neatly and combined together, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Then, they quickly turned into shooting stars and charged forward. Bai Zijing was also surprised again. He had to admit that Li Mengbai had given him too many surprises. He did not expect that in just a year, Li Mengbai could grow to such an extent. The sword pattern formed by 36 sword lights was already enough to threaten him. Therefore, he also used his ultimate move. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wild winds and lightning flashed in the wind. With a slash of the sword, the entire sky was cut into two halves. The sword pattern formed by 36 sword lights was also instantly split apart. Puff! Li Mengbai vomited blood and flew backward. A terrifying sword wound appeared on his body. Fortunately, Bai Zijing pulled back at the last moment. Otherwise, this sword might have cleaved him into two. When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. As expected, Bai Zijing was too strong. No one could defeat him. However, everyone was shocked by the strength that Li Mengbai displayed. Because he was very strong, so strong that they couldn't fight against him. No matter which one it was, they were both peerless geniuses. They were not people they could fight against. Some of the geniuses in the crowd were discussing. This Li Mengbai is too terrifying. I was also present at the battle a year ago. At that time, he couldn't resist the white mirror at all. In fact, he was defeated within 10 moves. Now that they had exchanged close to 50 to 60 moves, it could be said that the increase in his strength was truly terrifying. That's right, this Li Mengbai was also a rare sword genius. On the other side, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. He knew he had met his match. This Bai Zijing was indeed strong enough. It was no wonder that millions of martial artists were afraid of him. He was definitely a terrifying opponent. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely excited. Because along the way, he had rarely met an opponent of the same level. Now that he finally met one, how could he not be excited? Moreover, the other party was also a sword genius, which made him even more satisfied. Do you think it's time for Shang Guanqi to make a move? Of course, Shang Guanqi has a lot of pills in his hands. He should be able to recover in this short period of time. That's great. I'll be able to see another battle between the two of them. Both of them were peerless swordsmen. I wonder who will be better. Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Zijing also turned his head and looked at Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi stood up with a sinister smile on his face. He was about to say something when a voice came from the other side. Bai Zijing. I'll fight you. What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Why was there still someone coming out? Could it be that another sword genius had come? Everyone looked over. Even Bai Zijing and Shang Guanqi frowned slightly. They also turned their heads to look. Who is this kid? He's so unfamiliar. Could it be that a peerless genius had come? Everyone was discussing animatedly because although Lin Xian was only a 6-star king now, they didn't dare to underestimate him. However, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, those who dared to challenge Bai Zijing were all supreme geniuses. Kid, who are you? Shang Guanqi was a little displeased. He originally wanted to make a move, but he didn't expect another person to appear halfway. A handsome young man in a red robe slowly walked out from the crowd. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm here to challenge Bai Zijing. That's right, this red-robed man was Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Hearing this name, everyone frowned and fell into deep thought. However, after thinking for a while, they realized that there was no genius called Lin Xian in the Tai dynasty. Could it be that he's not a famous young genius but a newcomer? Everyone was puzzled, and the older generation figures also frowned. They had never heard of him either. Shang Guanqi had never heard of him either. He immediately frowned and asked, "Never heard of him? Who are you? What sect are you from? What are your achievements?" "I don't belong to any sect. I'm an itinerant cultivator. As for my achievements..." Lin Xian thought for a while and then said seriously, "I don't think I've lost before. Don't belong to any sect. Itinerant cultivator." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How much can an itinerant cultivator achieve? No matter how talented you are, you can't do it without enough resources. These peerless geniuses all had powerful sects or families behind them. Those cultivation resources could be said to be endless. That was why he could surpass the older generation figures who had lived for thousands of years at such a young age. However, could an itinerant cultivator do that? Everyone was extremely doubtful because they had never heard of him. What shocked them even more was the last sentence. Never lost. How is that possible? Even peerless experts like Zhou Jianying and Li Mengbai had lost before, but this young man in front of them actually said that he had never lost before. This was even more unbelievable. Some people even sneered, "You haven't lost before because you haven't made a move at all. Kid, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say such big words?" "That's right, kid, who do you think you are? A prince or a princess? The saint is the reincarnation of a great emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know what kind of person Bai Zijing is? I'm guessing that this kid definitely came out from some mountain valley and probably hasn't seen much of the world. I thought that the entire Tai dynasty is the same as their small village." Chapter 2037. Kid, scram to the side and play. This is the sword meet on Mount Hua, a battle between top prodigies. Someone like you isn't qualified to participate at all. Cold shouts came over one after another. Bai Zijing frowned slightly, but he did not speak. While the man in blue beside him, Bei Chen, snorted coldly. "Want to challenge Bai Zijing? Bring out your strength. Get past me first, or else you won't have any chance." Zhou Jianying frowned even more. Her gaze stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Is it him? Why is he here? Could it be someone with the same name?" Zhou Jianying was extremely puzzled in her heart. But when she looked at Lin Xian carefully, she discovered that the other party was actually really that person she knew. Immediately, her mind went blank. Around them, discussions sounded one after another. No one believed it at all. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The next moment, he took a step out. His gaze became sharp, and the sword chi on his body suddenly erupted. Boom! With a loud boom, the world turned upside down. A beam of sword light gushed out from Lin Xian's body, then pierced through the clouds. The terrifying sword chi emitted a sharp aura. The entire space froze in an instant. The mockery on everyone's faces disappeared and was replaced by horror. Even their bodies started to tremble. Those martial artists in the vicinity were directly sent flying by this sword chi. So powerful. Who is he? Damn it, this sword chi. How is it possible? A million martial artists cried out in surprise. And those geniuses and older generation figures also had their pupils constricted abruptly. They felt pressure, tremendous pressure. Although it was just a beam of sword chi, it pressured them until they could not breathe. It was as if a divine sword descended from the heavens, hanging above their heads. Even Bei Chen and Zhou Jianying's bodies trembled too, a hint of shock appearing in their eyes. Because this sword chi made them feel a sense of horror. But how is this possible? Apart from Bai Zijing, who else could do this? This young man in front of them actually brought them such a huge threat. This made them dare not believe it at all. Especially Zhou Jianying, she was even more shocked. She already recognized that Lin Xian came. But in her view, it was truly a surprise that Lin Xian could come here. But thinking about it, his strength should be inferior to hers. After all, the fortuitous encounters she had over the years were not something that ordinary people could understand. But unexpectedly, she was wrong. Furthermore, he was gravely mistaken. The aura that the other party was emitting at this moment was too sharp. It still surpassed hers. Moreover, she didn't know if this was the full strength of the other party, but without a doubt, it made her extremely shocked. The most shocked ones were the evil-looking man, Sheng Guanqi, and the white-clad Bai Zijing. The two of them were extremely surprised. Originally, they did not pay any attention to this person who had suddenly appeared. But now, it seemed that the other party was very strong. He was definitely qualified to fight with them. Who was this guy? He was actually so powerful. Sheng Guanqi's eyes lit up as he revealed an evil smile. He was so excited that he started to tremble. Bai Zijing's expression was solemn. He was indeed qualified to fight against me. Since that's the case, I'll watch another show. Shang Guanqi sneered. Then, his body swayed and he went to the audience to watch. Bai Zijing turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Then, a terrifying aura surged from his body. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying as they constantly clashed in the air. In the void, countless cracks began to spread out rapidly. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and kept retreating, because this pressure was just too strong. The closer they were to the two of them, the greater the pressure. They could only retreat. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand it and their bodies would split apart. Buzz buzz buzz. Their gazes also turned into sharp sword lights as they clashed in the air. The sound of collision was earth-shattering. Then, many cultivators bled from their ears and fell to the ground, fainting. Sword soul. This was a collision of sword souls. Everyone, retreat quickly. Some of the older generation exclaimed and retreated frantically at the same time. Both of their sword intents were very sharp, and their soul powers were very strong. At this moment, the power of their sword souls erupted. The 1,000,000 cultivators could not withstand it at all. The surrounding people all retreated. There was a black mass in the distance, and only two figures were left on Mount Hua. They were like two sharp swords confronting each other. Boz! At this moment, Bai Zijing made his move. He was very fast. The crowd could not see him drawing his sword. They only saw a hurricane in the sky. Then, the light that filled the sky swept out like waves. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. What a fast speed! It was too fast, far surpassing Zhou Jianying's previous speed. They could not see it clearly at all now. Even the other geniuses were pale, cold sweat flowing down their foreheads. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted as they exclaimed. Because they discovered that Lin Xian actually dodged it calmly. That's right, Lin Xian had indeed dodged it. The other party's sword speed was very fast, making him shocked. However, his heavenly dragon's 8 steps was not to be trifled with either. That kind of extreme speed was something that even a mighty figure could not compare to. Therefore, facing this biting cold sword light, Lin Xian executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he flicked his finger. Immediately, the 9 underworld demonic sword appeared in the void and he grabbed it. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Black flames spread, and a terrifying heat wave swept across the sky. Everyone was surrounded by this heat wave as if they were melting. And in this sea of fire, streaks of sword light appeared and quickly slashed out. Those sword lights turned into black phoenixes that spread their wings and flew. They were like a black torrent as they quickly charged toward Bai Zijing. What a terrifying sword light! What a terrifying flame power! This person was not only a swordsman but also a fire elemental cultivator. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the monstrous flames arrived, Bai Zijing's robes were blown apart. Feeling this heat, he nodded solemnly. Not bad, very strong, far beyond my expectations. However, such an attack is still unable to defeat me. Speaking up to this point, he let out a long roar and waved his sword, bringing about a terrifying gust of wind to resist the black flames. Wind and fire clashed, energy surged, and the entire sky was completely engulfed. Buzz! Not only that, his sword even turned into streaks of lightning as he slashed out crazily. Speed! He wanted to use speed to suppress Lin Xian. It was too fast. Everyone was dazzled and could not see it clearly. Those peerless geniuses were also terrified. At this moment, only Lian Beiqin, Zhou Jianying, Li Mengbai, Lei Outyan, and the others could still see the other party's trajectory clearly. However, it was also very strenuous. Although their souls could capture it, their reaction speed was probably too slow to avoid it. This was the most helpless situation. In other words, they could judge it but could not avoid it. At this moment, Zhou Jianying muttered to herself, I wonder if he can dodge it. When Beichen heard this, he shook his head and sneered. What a joke. Even you can't keep up with such speed. Chapter 2038. But very soon, he was stunned. Because he discovered that Lin Xian had really dodged. He was in complete disbelief. Not only did Lin Xian dodge, but he also quickly attacked. In the sky, the duo's speed was even faster than lightning. Their sword lights completely exceeded everyone's soul perception. No one could clearly capture how many sword strikes they had made. Only to see cracks and black holes appearing in the sky one after another. Too fast. How could these two possibly have such fast speed? It was not strange for Bai Zijing to have such speed. Firstly, he was Zhou Jianying's senior brother. Zhou Jianying's speed was fast enough, so Bai Zijing's speed should be even faster. Moreover, Bai Zijing was a wind elemental martial artist and had an additional boost to his speed. However, what was even more surprising was that young man called Lin Xian. He was a fire elemental martial artist. Logically speaking, his sword chi should be incomparably violent. What was going on with this speed? He could actually keep up with Bai Zijing's speed and was not at a disadvantage at all. Everyone found this hard to believe. As they spoke, Bai Zijing and Lin Xian had already exchanged dozens of blows. Not only were their sword techniques fast, but their speed was even faster. At this moment, not to mention these sword lights, both of their bodies had disappeared. Everyone could only see each other's afterimages when they collided. Normally, they could only hear thunderous sounds. They could not see the duo's figures at all. Who exactly was this guy? How could he have such fast speed? Li Mengbai was shocked. His injuries had already recovered by 70% or 80%, but at this moment, his face was extremely pale. Because he could no longer keep up with the duo's speed now. He had personally experienced how terrifying Bai Zijing was. However, that young man called Lin Xian was also so terrifying. But why had he never heard of his name before? What was this kid's background? On the other side, Sheng Wanqi also frowned. He was slightly stronger than Li Mengbai, so at this moment, he could clearly see the situation of the duo fighting in the sky. It was precisely because of this that he was extremely agitated. And the one who was the most surprised was Bai Zijing. Originally, he wanted to use the advantage of speed to suppress the other party. However, he did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. Therefore, up until now, the two of them were still tied. In the next moment, his figure flashed and stopped in the void. Clearly, the speed suppression had no effect. He would use other methods. At the next moment, he decided to use his killer move. Wang! Storm Thunder Sea! Bai Zijing bellowed and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a gale flickered in the sky, and thunder and lightning descended. On one side was the power of wind, and on the other was the power of thunder. The two forces transformed into two sharp sword lights that intertwined with each other in the air. Then, it quickly slashed down. With a loud boom, a pitch-black hole was smashed open in the sky. Wherever the sword of wind and thunder passed, nothing could resist it. Furthermore, the range of the storm's power was simply too wide. Therefore, even Lin Xian was forced back. He revealed his true form and let out a long howl as he looked at the incoming sword light of wind and lightning. In the next moment, he stomped his foot. Suddenly, mysterious sword runes appeared in the sky. They were like small swords and were abnormally sharp. Demon Slaying Sword Array. Here, Lin Xian performed the demon-slaying sword formation. His aura changed. The fiery and sharp aura in the past became decisive and murderous. A monstrous sea of blood surged and quickly formed in this demon-slaying sword formation. The smell of blood made even those peerless geniuses frown. Swoosh! 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 Once the demon-slaying sword formation appeared, it enveloped the entire sky. Then, blood-colored sword lights that filled the sky rushed out and collided with the sword of wind and thunder, resulting in an intense explosion. The incomparably terrifying sword chi of wind and thunder was successfully blocked. Not only that, but it was also besieged by these blood-colored sword lights. In the end, it dimmed and even disappeared in the sky. What? Bai Zijing's attack was actually blocked. This was too unbelievable. This was the first time, right? This was too exciting. This person could really contend with Bai Zijing. Moreover, they were locked in a stalemate. The surrounding cultivators were agitated. Zhou Jianying also clenched her fists. What level had he reached? How could he contend with senior brother? In the sky, Bai Zijing was also surprised. The other party could actually block his killer move. It was indeed surprising. This was probably the most powerful person he had ever met in the younger generation. Therefore, he decided to go all out. You're very strong and are qualified to make me go all out, Bai Zijing said in a deep voice. On the opposite side, Lin Xian also laughed loudly after hearing that. Is that so? I just don't know if you can make me go all out. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Facing Bai Zijing, was he still planning to hold back? Everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Zijing also snorted coldly. No one had ever dared to look down on him, yet the other party dared to do so. This made him furious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian stood in the demon-slaying sword formation and quickly counterattacked. Below his feet was the demon-slaying sword formation, and above him, Lin Xian displayed the dragon sword's spiritual domain. Immediately, the cyan sword chi transformed into numerous true dragons. Terrifying roars and sharp sword light pierced through the clouds and shattered the void. The violent power made everyone tremble again. Heavens, he actually still had strength. This aura was even more terrifying than before. That was his king domain. It was actually a dragon. How did it form? Everyone was stunned. Bai Zijing's expression also froze. The other party's strength had indeed become stronger again. This was unexpected. Boom! In the sky, the green sword shadow turned into a huge dragon. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out black flames. It was like a black waterfall pouring down. Bai Zijing didn't dare to be careless. He gripped his long sword tightly and quickly waved it, forming a huge wind sword blade that enveloped all the flames in the sky. This wasn't the end. After the dragon had spat out flames, it started to spit out frost. In an instant, space froze and the ground was sealed in ice. The terrifying cold air made people tremble. Ice attribute. After the fire attribute, he displayed the ice attribute. Was he a dual attribute cultivator of ice and fire? Bai Zijing also frowned. He placed one hand on his long sword and flicked it lightly. Immediately, a crisp sword hum sounded, turning into thunderous golden ripples that resisted the frost in the sky. However, he still underestimated the power of the sea god ice. Therefore, for a moment, he was actually suppressed by the ice, snow, and hell flames in the sky. No way, was Bai Zijing going to lose? Heavens, this is too hard to believe. This person called Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could actually suppress Bai Zijing. Could it be that he was the #1 swordsman of the younger generation? Exclamations sounded one after another. No one dared to accept this reality. At this moment, even Li Mengbai and Bei Qin were shocked. Chapter 2039. At this moment, even Li Mengbai and Bei Qin were shocked. Zhou Jianying shook her head. Impossible, senior brother won't lose. Senior brother still has many trump cards that he hasn't used yet. As Bai Zijing's junior sister, Zhou Jianying knew very well that her senior brother still had some powerful trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Therefore, she wasn't worried. On the other side, Sheng Wanqi also frowned. Although Bai Zijing was at a disadvantage now, he didn't think that Lin Xian would win easily. Because as a peerless expert, he had fought with Bai Zijing before. He knew that Bai Zijing's strength was definitely not limited to this. Whoever underestimated Bai Zijing would lose miserably. This was also why he didn't attack directly and had to adjust his body to the peak before daring to fight against Bai Zijing. Swift Storm Dragon. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who was suppressed by the ice and fire powers, suddenly roared. Then, his green sword turned into a hurricane that filled the sky, gradually condensing into the shadow of a dragon, and instantly slashed out. Buzz! Crack! This sword was so sharp that the entire void was split into two halves. The ice and fire powers around him were also split apart by the sword. The power was much weaker. Not only that, the swift storm dragon circled around him, creating a vacuum around him. Without the threat of the ice and fire powers, Bai Zijing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his sword and the swift storm dragon charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet immediately emitted 50 huge blood-colored sword qi that intertwined in the air, forming a huge blood-colored palm. It quickly slapped down and smashed the swift storm dragon into pieces. However, although the swift storm dragon was shattered, the energy exploded and blasted the blood-colored uncle into pieces. In an instant, the two attacks disappeared in the sky at the same time. Whoosh! Bai Zijing waved his hand, and the energy in front of him dissipated. Then, he didn't attack again. Instead, he stood quietly in the air. Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. You've completely exceeded my expectations. To be able to fight until now, you're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen in the younger generation. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? Next, I'll let you see my true strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. His true abilities. This meant that Bai Zijing had yet to unleash his full power. Heaven. Without using his full strength, he was already so powerful. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would he be? At that moment, even the people of the older generation started to twitch their mouths. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard Lin Xian's words. However, it was a pity that he had hidden his strength as well. Let's see which of us is hiding more of our strength. He was also hiding his strength. Everyone was stupefied. This brat was too abnormal, wasn't he? He actually hid his strength as well. Damn it, I don't believe it. How could this kid be hiding his strength? He must be boasting. Bei Qin gnashed his teeth. Zhou Jianying's expression was solemn. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it either. But in the next moment, they all believed it. This was because Lin Xian's aura had exploded once again, reaching a new height. This height had completely surpassed them. Even Sheng Wanqi, who was watching the battle from the side, had a terrible look on his face. Bai Zijing was the first to bear the brunt, and his expression was even more solemn. He shouted coldly, and the sword qi in his body also erupted. A green sword intent quickly appeared, rushing straight into the clouds, turning into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The current by Zijing was incomparably terrifying, as if he was a sword god. The powerful pressure made everyone's scalp tingle. Lin Xian's body also flickered with sword light, carrying an incomparably domineering aura. There were even dragon roars that sounded. Everything under the 9 heavens and 10 lands was connected by his sword qi. At this moment, he was like a supreme king, looking down on everything. This time, both of their auras were very powerful, and they clashed in the air. Boom boom boom. Thunder descended from all directions, and the 2 sword lights quickly collided, turning into the most dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the sky above everyone. Then, they quickly disappeared. Bai Zijing's expression was solemn. He didn't expect that when he used his full strength, the other party could still match up. It seemed that the other party also had a lot of hidden strength. However, he wouldn't be defeated. As the top genius of the younger generation, he had never been defeated before. So this time, he wouldn't allow himself to fail. Wind art, wind kill. The long sword was waved, and the sword qi was like a rainbow, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. A huge green sword shadow was swung out from Bai Zijing's hand, quickly slashing forward. This sword was many times more powerful than the previous one. Feeling the power of this sword, everyone around trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was excited. That's right, the other party was indeed a powerful opponent, worthy of his full strength. The sword crossed the sky, and the cold light illuminated a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand, like a god of death, and was extremely powerful. Caw caw caw. Ice break. The sword qi in Lin Xian's hand carried a terrifying cold ice. This was a killing move that he condensed with the sea god's ice. It was called ice break. At this moment, the blue sword qi was unleashed, and everywhere it passed, everything was sealed in ice. The 2 sword lights collided in the air, and the void was mercilessly torn apart in an instant. Countless cracks spread out in the distance. Wind kill versus ice break. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Apart from the 100,000 feet tall Mount Hua, all the surrounding mountains exploded in an instant. Are they really just 6-star kings? Why do I feel that they have far surpassed us? A young genius's voice trembled. Everyone was a genius and a 6-star king, but the strength displayed by the other party was on a completely different level from them. This made them feel extremely desperate. Not to mention them, even the faces of those almighties turned dark. They had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years, but they were actually inferior to 2 young boys. It made them have the urge to vomit blood. They even felt their hair stand on end. Boom! At this moment, a huge explosion occurred in front. 2 sword lights exploded, tearing a black hole. The 2 of them also quickly retreated 1,000 miles and stabilized their figures. What? Bai Zijing's wind kill was actually blocked. How was this possible? This was one of his trump cards. Bei Qin was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it at all. This wind kill was very terrifying. Once it was used, even mighty figures wouldn't be able to survive. It could be said to be one of the most powerful killing moves. But now, it was actually blocked by someone. Could it be that this kid could really defeat Bai Zijing? He was extremely shocked. At the side, Zhou Jianying shook her head. It was impossible. Although Wind Kill was one of Senior Brother's trump cards, it wasn't his strongest trump card. Just wait and see. Senior Brother still has a trump card. He definitely won't lose. On the other side, Bai Zijing was also shocked. Even he was afraid of the power of Wind Kill. However, the other party was actually able to block it. Chapter 2040. However, just as Zhou Jianying had said, this was not his only trump card. He had an even more powerful killing move. Moreover, he would not allow himself to fail. Although the other party was strong, he was more confident in himself. With a furious roar, the green sword light on his body shone even brighter, quickly turning into a long green river that fell from the sky. Bai Zijing's aura continued to rise, and a green sword territory quickly appeared. It condensed beside him, becoming one with the green sword in his hand. What a terrifying domain power! Bai Zijing was probably going to launch his most ferocious attack. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the green sword energy in front of them. They were extremely shocked and retreated thousands of miles again. On the other side, Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Dragon-shaped sword energy surged on his body, turning into the dragon sword domain that enveloped him. The power of the sword energy also kept rising, as if a huge dragon was flying rapidly. Boom! Boom! The two of them did not make a move, but it caused a terrifying impact. The two king domains collided, and one turned into a shocking giant sword that pierced through the sky like a green sword. On the other side, dragon-shaped sword energy swept through the surroundings. The two collided intensely in the air, producing extremely violent energy. Even almighties did not dare to touch such violent energy. Not good. Retreat quickly. Although everyone had already retreated thousands of miles, when they saw this scene, they all ran in all directions crazily. At this moment, millions of cultivators were like locusts, fleeing into the distance in a dark mass. Those people retreated thousands of miles away, but they realized that it was still not enough. In front of them, the sword energy turned into ripples that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void was quickly sliced open. If there were cultivators around, they would not be able to block it at all. Therefore, they could only retreat again. Lin Xian and Bai Zijing, who were in the center of the storm, also suffered a great impact. Buzz! Bai Zijing was wearing green battle armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Mysterious runes flickered on the battle armor, defending against the storm that filled the sky. On the opposite side, Lin Xian wore a black battle armor like a god of war. Boom! Boom! Both of their armors were of very high grade and were able to withstand the attacks of powerful beings. But now, in the face of this energy storm, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Humph! Therefore, Bai Zijing had no choice but to use other means. There was a cyan ring on his finger. It was not a storage ring, but a defensive ring. At this moment, he activated Swift and Fierce and poured it into the green ring. Immediately, the ring emitted light, forming a large green bell that enveloped him, forming a second line of defense. After doing this, Bai Zijing revealed a smile. His ring was a top-notch Earth-rank treasure. The defense formed was incomparably powerful. He was very confident. Moreover, this item was very precious. He guessed that the other party definitely did not have it. Now, the attack power of both of them was very strong. Whoever could gain an advantage in defense would be the final victor. Therefore, Bai Zijing was very assured now. When the crowd saw this scene from afar, they exclaimed in shock. Heavens, he actually has a supreme grade ring. The defense of this supreme grade ring was probably even stronger than Ho Tu's Ho Tu constitution. It's over, it's over. I wonder if that kid named Lin Xian has such a treasure. If not, it would be very difficult for him to resist such a powerful storm. I guess he definitely doesn't have such a defensive ring. That thing is very rare, and Bai Zijing must have spent a lot of effort to get it. That kid named Lin Xian definitely doesn't have it. Everyone discussed animatedly. As for Bei Chen and Zhou Jianying, they heaved a sigh of relief. They also thought that Bai Zijing had gained the upper hand. Lin Xian indeed did not have such a defensive ring. However, his abilities were not what ordinary people could imagine. The next moment, he snorted coldly, and a dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body, transforming into a giant dragon that coiled around his body. True dragon protection. Lin Xian also used a second line of defense. What was that? A giant dragon. Seeing this scene, these people went crazy. They did not expect that the other party would actually create a giant dragon phantom. This scene was too fucking spectacular. Not to mention these people, even Bai Zijing was stunned. Originally, he thought that he had gained the advantage in terms of defense, but he did not expect that the other party would actually create a true dragon phantom to protect him. Did he have to be so perverted? Impossible. It's definitely not a real true dragon phantom. It should be some kind of divine ability. I don't believe that he can compare to my supreme grade ring. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly and quickly charged over while resisting the two types of defenses. Galaxy Sword Technique. The long sword was swung out, and it was as if a galaxy had fallen. Starlight shone all over the sky, surrounding Bai Zijing. He quickly slashed forward. Dragon Roar. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. The black demonic sword turned into a black dragon and flew out. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the huge black dragon phantom flew quickly. In an instant, it collided with the galaxy that filled the sky. Then, energy erupted again. The two of them moved quickly and dodged. At the same time, Bai Zijing formed a seal with his left hand, and a white light flew out from his fingertip. Lin Xian waved the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, and the violent fist exploded the void, shattering the finger light. The two of them had endless methods. Now, it was not only sword techniques, but also various divine abilities. This was also because the two of them had strong defenses that they could still hold on under such violent energy. If it were anyone else, even if they were a mighty figure, they would have been smashed into pieces by now. Ah! Brat, take my strongest killing move, 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. Buzz! Bai Zijing roared. At this moment, he did not hold back at all and used his most powerful killing move. Buzz buzz buzz. In the sky, a storm raged, and 9 sword lights appeared behind Bai Zijing. Among them, 3 were solid and connected heaven and earth, while the other 6 were illusory and hazy. What? It's actually the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. How does he know this sword technique? Heavens, hasn't this sword technique been lost for tens of thousands of years? He actually learned it. Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, this 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword was very famous in the Tai dynasty. As a result, when his name came out, the millions of martial artists exclaimed together. Sure enough, senior brother used his strongest killing move. Zhou Jianying was also extremely excited. On the other side, Beichen, Li Mengbai, Chong Lu, Lei Outyan, and the other peerless geniuses were all extremely shocked. Just the 9 terrifying sword chis alone were enough to make them tremble. They knew that they could not even take one. Even Shang Wanqi's expression was extremely solemn. Because he originally thought that he could fight with Bai Zijing, and even had the confidence to defeat Bai Zijing. But now, it seemed that was not necessarily the case. If it was before, he still had confidence. But now that the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword was used, he probably had no hope. Chapter 2041. Legend had it that this was not an Earth-tier cultivation technique, but a Heaven-tier cultivation technique. It was a cultivation technique that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it actually appeared in Bai Zijing's hands after tens of thousands of years. And from the looks of it, the other party had already cultivated 3 strands of sword chi. Probably not many people below the realm of supreme powerhouses could contend against it. These peerless geniuses had ugly expressions. And those older generation figures were even more exclaiming. All of them widened their eyes as if they were injected with chicken blood. 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword. It was actually really the 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword. Heavens, he had even cultivated it to the 3rd revolution. This kid was going to defy the heavens. It's over, that kid called Lin Xian is definitely going to lose. 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword, that was a legendary heaven-tier cultivation technique. Once it was used, that kid would definitely not be able to block it. As expected of Bai Zijing, no wonder he dared to challenge the world's powerhouses. He could even find such a lost martial art. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally feel the powerful threat brought by the 9 strands of sword qi behind the other party. And at this moment, hearing the exclamations of the people around him, he was even more shocked. Heaven-tier cultivation technique, that was actually a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow cultivation techniques. At this moment, all of Lin Xian's cultivation techniques were earth-tier cultivation techniques. The good ones were peak earth-tier, and the bad ones were advanced earth-tier. But he did not have any heaven-tier cultivation techniques yet. He did not expect that the other party actually had a heaven-tier cultivation technique. But fortunately, it seemed that the other party had only cultivated 3 strands of sword qi. The remaining 9 strands of sword qi were all illusory and should not be able to be used. In other words, the other party was not an invincible existence. Moreover, he was not afraid. Although he did not have a heaven-tier cultivation technique, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which was known as an offensive saint technique. Lin Xian did not think that the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was weaker than a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, he decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to resist the other party's 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword. Stop struggling, the 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword is a heaven-tier cultivation technique, you can't resist it. Bai Zijing said in a deep voice. It's not up to you whether you can resist it or not. Just attack. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body began to circulate wildly, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. Wang! As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, it brought about a sky-high storm, as if a real dragon had descended into the mortal world. It made everyone tremble. What was this? What a terrifying aura! Could that really be a dragon? This guy is too heaven-defying, right? Why do I feel that his aura is not weaker than that 9 Revolutions heavenly sword? Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. Clearly, everyone was shocked by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. It can't be, could it be that this brat also knows a heaven-tier cultivation technique? Bei Chen, Li Mengbai, and the others were dumbfounded. Zhou Jianying, on the other hand, was frantically shaking her head. That's impossible. Senior brother spent a lot of effort to obtain this heaven-ranked cultivation technique. It was impossible for that brat to have it. What the hell is this? Even Sheng Wanqi felt a chill run down his spine. Chong Lu, who was beside him, also had a face full of horror. Although he was very confident in his thick earth physique, when that dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, he didn't dare to resist at all. In fact, that aura made him tremble. Bai Zijing was even more surprised. Originally, he was full of confidence, thinking that as long as he used his greatest trump card, the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword, the other party would definitely lose. That was because that was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. A heaven-tier cultivation technique was too terrifying. Perhaps even a peerless powerhouse might not have it. One could imagine how precious it was. However, he didn't expect that the other party could actually execute a dragon-shaped sword shadow. That sharp aura was not weaker than his heaven-tier cultivation technique at all. It even made him suspect that the other party also had a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knew what other means the other party had? Therefore, in the next moment, he decided to activate his 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. Although he had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution, this was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He had unlimited confidence. Clang! In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and his sword chi behind him began to slowly rotate. Along with his arm, it slashed forward. It was as if a galaxy had descended, tearing the sky apart. The power of this sword was too great, far surpassing all the killing moves that Bai Zijing had used before. This was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Its power was unimaginable. Even those powerhouses in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to resist it at all. Unless someone had a heaven-defying defense or the same heaven-tier cultivation technique, they would be able to resist it. Boom! Looking at the sword shadow that came over, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him and swung his sword. Cold light flickered, and the dragon roared as it rolled over. Above the 9 heavens, a sword light descended from the sky. Boom! The 2 sword lights collided, and the sky was torn apart. The glaring light made the millions of cultivators not dare to look directly at it. They all closed their eyes. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. The energy that filled the sky was like a wave, pushing everyone. Lin Xian and Bai Zijing immediately activated their strongest defense. The 2 of them were like small boats in the waves, floating with the wind. Bang! Bang! After the attack, the 2 of them each took 3 steps back. There was a black hole under their feet. He blocked it. He actually blocked it. Damn it, how is this possible? Everyone went crazy. Zhou Jianying, Bei Qin, Li Mengbai, and the others roared crazily, not daring to believe it at all. Bai Zijing's pupils constricted. The other party was really able to block his 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. This was too surprising. To be honest, this was the strongest young man he had ever met in his life. He had never thought that he would be in danger of failure one day. 2 swords, he still had the last 2 swords. If these 2 swords couldn't defeat the other party, he would really lose. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The spiritual power in his body circulated crazily like a huge tornado. Then, he stretched out 2 palms and quickly closed them. The remaining 2 sword lights behind him also spun crazily and quickly healed, forming an even more resplendent sword chi. What? He wanted to fuse the 2 sword chis. Seeing this scene, the seniors and peerless geniuses felt their scalps go numb. 1 sword chi was already so terrifying that even a powerhouse couldn't resist it. The power of the 2 sword chis combined was simply unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt the danger. In the process of the 2 sword chis fusing, even the spiritual power in his body started to tremble. He knew that this was the power of a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He had to act quickly. In the next moment, golden light burst out from his eyes. He was like a god of war, mighty and extraordinary. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand grew crazily, reaching a length of 10,000 feet. It was as if it had really become a huge dragon, roaring at the sky. Dragon Soul Slash. 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. After 2 angry roars, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed out. Chapter 2042. Boom! The intense collision was like 100,000 bolts of lightning striking down. At this moment, no one could hear anything, and no one could see anything. There was only a blinding light that filled the entire world. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles was completely enveloped by a terrifying energy tide. At this moment, mountains collapsed and beasts roared. The demonic beasts below and the surrounding humans could not resist at all. It was not until a long time later that everyone regained their hearing and vision. Then, they all turned around and looked into the distance. How was it? Who won? This was what they wanted to know the most. In front, the light also gradually disappeared. Then, everyone saw two blurry figures. Then, the millions of cultivators were all stunned. Because in front, Lin Xian was holding the dragon-shaped sword Shadow with both hands. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Using the dragon soul sword Shadow at full strength consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. It seemed that he had just exhausted too much energy. On the other side, Bai Zijing was half kneeling on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It dripped into the void, making a tinkling sound. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder. It was pierced by sword qi. Obviously, he had been injured in the exchange just now. Moreover, his right shoulder was injured. As a result, he could not even hold his sword steadily. Everyone was stunned. It was not until a long time later that they exclaimed. Heavens, Bai Zijing was injured. Bai Zijing actually lost. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Bai Zijing actually lost. It's really hard to imagine. I originally thought that Bai Zijing would become the #1 swordsman, but I didn't expect that an even more terrifying person would appear halfway. That kid is called Lin Xian, right? He's too heaven-defying. Countless exclamations sounded. As for the geniuses and older generation figures, they took in a deep breath of cold air as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Li Mengbai, Chong Lu, and Lei Outyan were shocked. Although they thought that they were geniuses and unparalleled in the world, they did not have the capital to be arrogant in front of these two people. Beichen's eyes widened, not daring to believe that Bai Zijing would lose. At the side, Zhou Jianying shook her head crazily. Her beautiful face was also filled with shock. Impossible, senior brother lost. How did senior brother lose? How could he be so strong? She felt a strong sense of defeat, a feeling she had not felt for many years. The first time he had it, it was given to him by this young man named Lin Xian. At that time, she was one of the 4 great geniuses of the South Horizon region. Her opponents were only the other 3, but in the Battle of the Azure Dragon, she lost to a youth she had never seen before. That person was Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, the person who had defeated her back then had now defeated her senior brother, an even more dazzling genius. For a moment, she simply could not accept it. On the other side, Shang Wanqi was also stunned. His face was full of shock. To be honest, he had been full of confidence previously, thinking that he would be able to go up against Bai Zijing. But now, he shook his head in denial. Their ultimate moves far surpassed his. Even if he fought with his full strength, he would not be able to defeat them. He had been invited by the 3rd prince to fight against Bai Zijing. But now he realized. He couldn't defeat Bai Zijing. Fortunately, someone had defeated him, and his goal could be considered a success. However, who exactly was this Lin Xian? Why had he never heard of him before? Would he be invited by the 1st prince in the future? Shang Wanqi had no idea at all. He decided that he would definitely report today's matter to the 3rd prince properly. He had to let the 3rd prince get such a talent. In the distance, Bai Zijing was also panting heavily. His face was extremely pale, and he was even twitching a little. It was because this sword was too sharp, and the remaining sharp sword intent on his wound made it impossible for his wound to heal. Therefore, he had really lost this battle. You won. You're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen. Bai Zijing sighed and said this. He was a conceited and proud person who had never been defeated before. Now that he had lost to an even stronger swordsman, he was convinced of his loss. He did not have any complaints. The other party was really powerful, and that dragon-shaped sword shadow made him feel like he was about to die. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took out 2 recovery pills and quickly replenished the spiritual energy he had expended. Then, he said in a deep voice, Bai Zijing, I want you to seal your sword for 100 years and not attack. Can you do it? What? Seal your sword for 100 years. Not attack. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, and none of them dared to believe it. They did not expect Lin Xian to make such a request. The expressions of Bai Qin, Zhou Jianing, and the others changed. It was because Bai Zijing was the first prince's man, and he was a genius swordsman that the first prince liked and relied on. Seeing that the battle for the position of crown prince was getting more and more intense, asking Bai Zijing to seal his sword at this time was akin to cutting off one of the first prince's arms. Could it be that this Lin Xian was also sent by another prince? In an instant, everyone was shocked, and countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. After hearing this, Bai Zijing was also stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. Forget it. He had defeated countless sword Dao experts all the way to the south and forced each of them to seal their swords for 30 years. He did not expect that one day, such a thing would happen to him. Shaking his head, he sighed and put away his sword. All right, I promise you. I really want to know who you are. I'm Lin Xian, an itinerant cultivator from a distant island. As for the details, you can ask your junior sister Zhou Jianing. We're old friends. Lin Xian said calmly. After hearing this, Bai Zijing was extremely shocked. What? You know junior sister Zhou? He was really too shocked. He knew about Zhou Jianing's background. She came from a distant island. To them, that place was a barren land. They did not expect that a genius like Zhou Jianing would appear there. It was indeed surprising. However, such a stunning swordsman had appeared in such a barren land and even defeated him. This was even more shocking. He came back to his senses and clenched his fists. Lin Xian, you're very strong. Although I've lost to you this time, I won't give up. The next time I meet you, I'll definitely defeat you. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Xian nodded solemnly, looking very serious. However, he continued to say, however, my target is not you. My target is not Bai Zijing. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Zijing. This was the first time he was looked down upon, and it was indeed a very unpleasant feeling. However, he was stunned at the next moment. This was because he saw Lin Xian holding the sword in his right hand and pointing the tip of the sword at the sky. Chapter 2043. The Arch. As soon as this voice came out, heaven and earth changed color. Countless bolts of lightning even descended from the sky. However, none of them could get close to Lin Xian. Everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. Bai Zijing's face was also pale. His hands were trembling slightly from the force. The other party's goal was actually the Arch. He didn't expect the other party to have such ambition. Becoming the Arch was the goal of every peerless genius. However, many people had fallen on this path. He was talented enough, but he didn't dare to have such a goal. Because he knew that becoming the Arch was simply too difficult. It was an existence that stood above everyone, sweeping through the ages and dominating all directions. One had to experience countless battles and step on the heads and corpses of countless geniuses to reach the peak. It could be said that in the entire true spirit world, in the 5 continents, only one person could become the Arch in the end. And this was just a conservative estimate. Or rather, there was none. However, this young man in front of them actually had such confidence and was determined to become the Arch. It was simply unbelievable. Ha 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 ha, what big words. You actually want to become the Arch. Do you know what kind of existence the Arch is? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just as everyone was in a daze, a disdainful voice sounded. Then, everyone turned their heads in shock, wanting to see who dared to provoke Lin Xian at this time. Bai Zijing also frowned. He could naturally feel the powerful force contained in this voice. Lin Xian's expression was calm. No matter how difficult it is, I have to walk this path. Is that so? Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. This was a very young man with a jade-like face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. He wore a sword robe and emitted a sharp aura. It was like an unsheathed sword. The Arch was an invincible existence that swept through the ages. Every one of them was unique and couldn't be replicated. Moreover, the Arch had displayed heaven-defying aptitude when he was young. Do you think you can be compared to the Arch with your current appearance? What a joke. In my opinion, you're just an ant. This young man in a sword robe laughed arrogantly. Everyone else was shocked. Who is this kid? How dare he speak to Lin Xian in such a manner? Who are you? Lin Xian also furrowed his brows and coldly asked. He was also somewhat displeased with this insolent youth. Who am I? Ha, kid, listen up. I'm Tanny Fei from the Dian Holy Land. What? Someone from the Dian Holy Land. The surrounding people exclaimed. The Dian sacred ground was also a very famous sacred ground. Moreover, the young man in front of them had a very strong aura, which shocked them. At this time, the young man called Tanny Fei sneered and said again, I came this time to meet that Bai Zijing. I want the world to know who is the true #1 swordsman. What? Another one who came to challenge the White Peace Realm. Everyone was shocked, but soon, their expressions became very strange. Where's Bai Zijing? Get him to come out and fight me. Tanny Fei was extremely arrogant, pointing his sword at the world. This made everyone even more silent. At this moment, Bai Zijing also covered his wound and said in a deep voice. I'm Bai Zijing. However, I'm no longer the #1 swordsman. You've got the wrong person. What? You've lost. Tanny Fei immediately frowned because Bai Zijing was in a very sorry state now. His aura was chaotic, and he was injured. No matter how he looked at it, he was different from the legendary peerless swordsman. Did you lose? Tanny Fei frowned. Judging from the situation in front of him, it was very likely that Bai Zijing had lost. So at the next moment, he asked coldly, who defeated you? Him. Bai Zijing stretched out his finger and pointed to the front. Then, Tanny Fei turned his head and looked in that direction. At the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that Bai Zijing was pointing to none other than Lin Xian. What? This kid is the #1 swordsman. Tanny Fei frowned, then the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. Kid, fight me. However, I advise you to obediently give up the title of the #1 swordsman because you're no match for me at all. At the same time, he sneered, what Bai Zijing? He's so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be a piece of trash. Humph. Hearing that, Bai Zijing was enraged. He had never been looked down upon like that before, so even though he was injured now, he had to attack. With a furious roar, the spiritual power in his body circulated crazily as he activated the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin sword. Suddenly, 9 sword lights appeared behind him again. One of them turned into a sharp sword chi and quickly slashed forward. Boss! What? In an instant, Tanny Fei's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be able to unleash such a terrifying sword light. The sword chi made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light shield in front of him. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound as his red shield was split into 2. Meanwhile, he was directly sent flying back thousands of miles. Bai Zijing was injured and couldn't unleash the full power of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin sword. Otherwise, the sword would definitely have seriously injured the other party. How could this be? Why was he so strong? Tanny Fei was stunned. He didn't expect a seriously injured person to be able to unleash such a terrifying sword chi. He couldn't tolerate it. He roared angrily and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The other party actually underestimated him, so he decided to teach the other party a lesson. Boss! A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in front of him and was then held in Lin Xian's hand. With a slash of the sword, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, once again filling the entire sky. Clang! Feeling the power of this sword, Tanny Fei's scalp went numb. This sword chi was even more terrifying than the one that Bai Zijing had slashed out previously because Lin Xian wasn't seriously injured. Although he had expended a lot of energy, the power of the dragon-shaped sword shadow wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Feeling the threat of death, Tanny Fei's expression became abnormally ugly. He roared angrily and the Dian sword formation flashed out quickly. Countless light swords condensed in front of him, forming a complicated formation. It quickly combined and carried out a powerful defense. In the sky, a white giant figure appeared, completely condensed from sword chi. It enveloped Tanny Fei. In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed on top of the white giant, splitting it into 2. It even ruthlessly sent Tanny Fei flying again. Pfft! This time, Tanny Fei even spat out a mouthful of blood and became extremely disheveled. Damn it, kid, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. He was really angry. He couldn't tolerate being sent flying twice by 2 people in front of millions of cultivators. Chapter 2044. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the surrounding million cultivators cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected such a situation. Lin Xian's victory and becoming the #1 swordsman had already shocked them. But now, another genius from the sacred land of Day had appeared and arrogantly challenged Lin Xian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the dragon's word domain appeared again. An enormous spirit energy vortex formed above his head, madly devouring the spirit energy within 100,000 miles to replenish his exhausted strength. Boss! Just as the 2 peerless geniuses were about to erupt, a fiery light appeared in the sky and instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Then, a giant was formed. He pushed his hands apart, blocking Lin Xian and Tanny Fei. Stop, this battle ends here. A figure appeared in the sky, accompanied by a sharp voice that spread for thousands of miles. Everyone looked up, not expecting another peerless expert to appear. In the next moment, they were shocked. The newcomer was a 16 or 17-year-old youth. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his features were delicate. He looked like an immortal child. However, the aura emanating from his body made everyone tremble. Not only that, the older generation and the people sent by the various princes also frowned. General Li Hua. This youth was Valurium Palace's General Li Hua. He had finally made his move. Kid, you're not bad. I didn't expect you to actually defeat Bai Zijing. As soon as General Li Hua appeared, he was the first to look at Lin Xian, then revealed a kind smile. Then, he looked at Bai Zijing again. Remember your words. Seal your sword for 100 years. I hope you don't go back on your words. Finally, he looked at Tanny Fei. People from the sacred land of Day, this battle ends here. If you want to fight, do it next time. You don't want to fight someone who has exhausted too much energy, do you? Even if you win, it'll be an unfair victory. Do you want to be laughed at by the world? Humph. Hearing this, Tanny Fei snorted coldly. However, he still looked at Lin Xian with a cold expression. Kid, what's your name? Lin Xian. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian, right? I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands. Tanny Fei snorted coldly. He then turned around and soared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect that this battle would not happen in the end. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was actually a member of Valurium Palace. It seemed like the Crown Prince competition was about to change again. General Li Hua stepped forward and stood beside Lin Xian. Then, he opened a red scroll. Then, the scroll broke, forming runes that filled the sky. They quickly formed an array and sent Lin Xian and General Li Hua away. The news of the sword meet on Mount Hua quickly spread throughout the Tai dynasty. The entire dynasty was in an uproar. They did not expect that Bai Zijing would be defeated in the end, and a youth called Lin Xian actually obtained the title of number 1 swordsman. It was also the first time that Lin Xian's name was remembered by the Tai dynasty. For a moment, everyone was discussing and guessing the identity and background of this Lin Xian. Valurium Palace. King Valurium laughed heartily. He looked at Lin Xian and nodded in satisfaction. Sir Lin, I did not expect you to be able to defeat Bai Zijing. Your Highness is too polite. It was just a fluke. Lin Xian smiled. King Valurium said that it was not a fluke. Bai Zijing was very strong. In terms of sword skills, almost no one in the younger generation could surpass him. I did not expect that you would succeed. Naturally, I will not go back on my promise to you. From tomorrow onwards, you can enter the second mountain. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Xian also smiled. The second mountain was the Mountain of Ice. If he could enter, perhaps his sea god's ice would be even stronger. In the first Mountain of Fire, Lin Xian had not only absorbed Hellfire, but also cultivated 2 killer moves. The first was Hellfire Lotus, the second was Fire God's Roar. What kind of killer moves would he be able to cultivate on the Mountain of Ice this time? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Soon, he bid farewell to King Valurium and returned to his residence. He was ready to enter the Mountain of Ice the next day. After Lin Xian left, another youth in purple appeared in the hall. He was King Valurium's son. At this moment, he said with a face full of shock. Father, he really did it. How did this kid do it? I don't know, but I know that we have found a treasure. Inform the 8th prince and have him come. I want to introduce this Lin Xian to the 8th prince. Yes, I understand. I will contact Brother 8 right away. The youth in purple no longer had his previous disdain. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. In fact, he was shocked. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Xian set off from the valley and flew towards the Mountain of Ice. Soon, he entered the second Mountain of Ice. As soon as he stepped in, the wind and snow that filled the sky blew onto his body. It was as if it wanted to freeze him into an ice statue. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used sea god's ice to resist it. As expected of a mountain that was related to the hellhound. The ice on this mountain was too terrifying. It could definitely evolve Lin Xian's sea god's ice. After finding a place, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his fingers. He entered a state of cultivation. Time slowly passed. 10 days, 1 month, 1.5 months. On this day, 2 figures came to the Valurium Manor. One of them was a youth. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. He exuded a heroic aura. He wore green robes with golden dragons embroidered on his sleeves. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was obvious that he was no ordinary person. Beside him was a middle-aged man in white robes. The man's face was pale and beardless. An ice sword hung from his waist, and his aura was fierce. Especially his gaze, it was like a peerless divine sword. No one dared to look directly at him. Daoist Long, do you think the person Valurium King wants me to meet this time is Lin Xian? The man in green robes asked with a smile. The middle-aged man beside him said, that's for sure. Valurium King has already pledged allegiance to you, 8th Prince. Moreover, it was General Li Hua who took Lin Xian away at the end of the Battle of Mount Hua. This Lin Xian must be Valurium King's man. This time, he must have introduced him to you as well. Hearing this, the man in green robes smiled proudly. He was obviously very satisfied. Valurium King was really lucky to have found such a powerful young genius. Even Bai Zijing was defeated. Moreover, he made Bai Zijing seal his sword for 100 years. It seems that he won't be able to help the first prince in this battle for the position of crown prince. This time, he'll cut off one of Boss Huang Zi's arms. I'm afraid that our chances of winning will be much higher. That's only natural. Daoist Long also smiled. Speaking of luck, you're still the luckiest prince. No matter how many geniuses Valurium King has, they'll all be yours in the end. Chapter 2045. The two whispered to each other as they hurried towards the depths of the Valurium Palace. Soon, King Valurium sensed 2 powerful auras. The corner of his lips curled up. He knew that the 8th Prince was here. With a flicker of his body, he tore through the void and appeared outside. 8th Prince, please come in. King Valurium smiled. The man in green smiled. Royal Uncle, you're too polite. I'm a junior after all. You don't have to be so polite. Oh right, I wonder why Uncle Wang is looking for me this time. Could it be that he wanted to introduce me to that young man called Lin Xian? That's right. King Valurium smiled. The 8th Prince must have heard about the sword meat of Mount Hua. This Lin Xian must be very powerful. If he could work for the 8th Prince, he would definitely increase the 8th Prince's chances of winning. Royal Uncle, you're too kind. If I succeed, I won't mistreat you. The 8th Prince smiled. Then, he looked at Daoist Long and asked, Royal Uncle, where is Lin Xian? I want to meet him. 8th Prince, please come with me. King Valurium nodded and led the way. The 3 of them flew towards the Hell Mountain like lightning. Royal Uncle, I have to say that you're really amazing. You must have spent a lot of effort to get this 3-headed Hellhound's mountain from an ancient ruin, right? This is a legendary demonic beast on the sky ranking. You actually managed to get your hands on its corpse. Looks like. Your luck is really heaven-defying. 8th Prince, you must be joking. There are all kinds of cultivation treasures in the palace. My 3 mountains are really not worth mentioning. King Valurium said. Then, he looked at the mountain in front and said loudly, "Sir Lin, are you satisfied with your cultivation?" His voice turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ice mountain. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. The eighth prince was fine, but Daoist Long, who was beside him, frowned. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. This voice contained a strange power. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding rapidly. The terrifying sound wave spread to the ice in front. Boom, boom, boom. The void rippled as if it was about to explode. The frost on the ice mountain peak also began to tremble violently. Snow and ice flew everywhere. It looked like an avalanche was about to happen. However, at that moment, an enormous burst of ice energy was drawn out. Then, the wind and snow that filled the sky turned into two enormous ice palms that held up all of the mountain peaks. The howling cold wind that filled the sky instantly quieted down. As for that thunderous sound wave, it was instantly sealed in ice. What a powerful method! What a terrifying power of ice! When the eighth prince saw this scene, his brows furrowed. As for Daoist Long, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. When Daoist Long saw that the other party had actually dared to make the eighth prince wait, he was extremely displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to take the other party down a notch. However, he didn't expect that the other party's methods would far exceed his expectations. As expected of the person who could defeat Bai Zijing. He was really powerful. Off to the side, King Valurium smiled but said nothing. The eighth prince's eyes flickered. Now, he was looking forward to the person inside. Inside the ice mountain peak, Lin Xian also slowly opened his eyes. Lin Xian opened his eyes and then frowned slightly. As soon as he circulated his soul power, Lin Xian sensed three powerful auras outside. One of them belonged to King Valurium. The other two must have an extraordinary identity as well. He sighed and slowly stood up. He knew that he couldn't continue cultivating. However, the results of this 1.5 months were also very significant. He had once again mastered two killer moves. One was the offensive Frost Break, and the other was a defensive ability, Ice Guard. The power of Sea God's ice had also increased. In the next moment, Lin Xian tore the void and left the ice mountain peak. Whoosh! Soon, he appeared in front of King Valurium and the other two. He found that there were two other people besides King Valurium. One was a young man in a green robe, and the other was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. Both of their auras were very powerful. However, it seemed that the young man's identity should be more honorable. Whether it was the middle-aged man with a pale face or King Valurium, they both stood behind the young man. Needless to say, he should be one of the princes. After all, only princes could make King Valurium cautious. At this moment, King Valurium spoke with a smile. "Young Master Lin, this is the 8th prince of the Tai dynasty." The 8th prince. Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. He had learned a little about the situation during the battle at Huashan. There were 3 most powerful princes in the Tai dynasty. Among them, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince. Bai Zijing, who he had defeated, was one of the 1st prince's men. He didn't expect King Valurium to support the 8th prince. In the next moment, he cupped his fist slightly. "Greetings, 8th prince. Young Master Lin, you are too polite. I have heard about the Battle of Mount Hua. Young Master Lin is indeed a young genius and a peerless swordsman. You were able to defeat Bai Zijing. If you can work for me, my chances of winning the Crown Prince competition will be much higher." Crown Prince competition. Hearing this, Lin Xian showed a trace of surprise. He didn't know about this. He had just come to the Tai dynasty not long ago. His original purpose was to come to the nest of 10,000 dragons. He thought that he could only learn about the nest of 10,000 dragons by getting close to the core of the dynasty. Therefore, he came to the Valurium Palace. But he didn't expect that King Valurium would introduce him to the 8th prince and ask him to participate in the Crown Prince competition. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the Crown Prince competition. After all, it had nothing to do with him who became the Crown Prince. However, King Valurium's next words changed his mind. Because King Valurium said, "Young Master Lin, I think you don't know about the Crown Prince competition. It's very simple. The Crown Prince competition was a competition for the position of Crown Prince among all the princes of the Tai dynasty. This was an open competition. Every prince could invite the various major factions and outstanding geniuses to help. For example, if the 8th prince became the Crown Prince, everyone who supported him would be baptized by the dragon vein. That was the dragon vein of the Tai dynasty. Being baptized by the dragon vein was absolutely beneficial to cultivators. Dragon vein baptism. Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He was no stranger to the dragon vein baptism. When he was in the Heavenly South region, he had participated in the Azure Dragon Society. He was the champion at that time and had been baptized by the dragon vein. But the dragon vein of the Heavenly South region was incomparable to the dragon vein of the Tai dynasty. One could imagine how great the benefits would be if he was baptized by the dragon vein of the Tai dynasty. Thinking of this, he understood. No wonder so many experts were willing to participate in the Crown Prince competition. There were such benefits. Chapter 2046. He thought for a while and nodded with a smile. As long as the 8th prince doesn't mind, I will try my best to become the Crown Prince. Great. Hearing this, the 8th prince smiled satisfactorily. With the participation of Lin Xian, a powerful swordsman, the 8th prince's team would become stronger. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "8th prince, I can't go back with you now." Can't go back? What's going on? The 8th prince was stunned. Lin Xian said, "I have an agreement with King Valurium to help him complete 3 tasks and enter the 3 mountains behind. I have completed 2 tasks and there is still 1 more mountain that I have yet to enter. I will go after I complete the last task." Hearing this, the 8th prince was stunned for a moment before he understood. This must be King Valurium's idea. King Valurium smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, since you have joined the 8th prince's team, you don't have to do the 3rd task. You can enter the Lightning Mountain directly." "Really? Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Xian was happy. He knew that King Valurium was giving face to the 8th prince. However, he didn't care about it. He didn't care about the relationship between the kings and the princes. All he wanted was strength. At the next moment, Lin Xian said, "8th prince, when I come out from the Lightning Mountain, I will go and find you. I will wait for you." The 8th prince nodded satisfactorily. King Valurium smiled and said, "Since you have met him, why don't you come to my place to drink some spirit tea? I have recently obtained some good spirit tea." "Uncle King, you are too polite. I remember that your Hongling spirit tea is the best," the 8th prince said with a smile. Then, he, Daoist Long, and King Valurium left the place. Lin Xian turned around and entered the Lightning Mountain. Above the Lightning Mountain, the last mountain. Lin Xian also had the lightning attribute. However, the gap between it and the sea god's ice and hellfire was getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, he rarely used the power of lightning. But now, the power of lightning within the thunderbolt just so happened to make up for this. Therefore, he began to cultivate in seclusion. On the other side, in the palace. On the other hand, the first prince's expression was unusually gloomy and even somewhat sinister. Because he had lost a general, by Zijing. That was his most capable swordsman, who was extremely powerful. Originally, he had planned to rely on the White Sun realm to sweep across the world and obtain a huge advantage. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated at the sword sparring competition on Mount Hua. He was even forced to seal his sword for 100 years. If that was the case, he would not be able to help him at all. And his strength would be greatly reduced. Damn it! Damn it! Who can tell me what's going on with that Lin Xian? He had already found out about the sword meet on Mount Hua. He naturally knew that the person who had defeated Bai Zijing was a young man called Lin Xian. However, he had never heard of this person before, which was why he lost so unexpectedly. We also didn't expect Bai Zijing to lose. Yes, it was indeed surprising. The warriors under his command said. However, although Lin Xian's background was unknown, he was definitely related to King Valurium. Otherwise, General Li Huo wouldn't have intervened and taken him away in the end. He must have intervened to protect the kid. Valurium Palace. Hearing this, the first prince narrowed his eyes. This King Valurium usually keeps a very low profile. I once invited him, but he politely refused. Now, I don't even know which prince he's standing behind. No matter which prince he's standing behind, as long as the first prince wants him, he'll be yours. Even if you can't get him, you should get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one of the princes really does get him, then he'll be a huge threat. After all, someone who could defeat Bai Zijing was absolutely terrifying. Yes, that's right. Thinking of this, the first prince slammed the table, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. Sky River Great Master, King of many treasures, bring me to Valurium Palace. You must make King Valurium join our side and make him hand over that Lin Xian. If he can't be used by me, then just kill him. There's no need to keep him alive. Yes. Don't worry, First Prince. The two men laughed. Sky River Great Master was an old man in white robes, and King of Many Treasures was a middle-aged man with a long beard. After receiving their orders, they turned and left the Great Hall. On the other side, the third prince was somewhat happy. This was because the first prince's loss was undoubtedly good news for him. At the same time, he was also curious about Lin Xian's identity. He was on King Valurium's side. The third prince narrowed his eyes. On the side, a middle-aged man holding a feather fan laughed. Your Highness, should we send someone to Valurium Palace? This King Valurium seems to keep a low profile, but he's actually quite ambitious. I'm guessing that he's already joined one of the princes. However, he's not on our side. Your Highness is wise. Actually, I'm thinking the same thing. I feel that we should rope in that Tanny Fei. Since he has a grudge against Lin Xian, we should use him to our advantage. Moreover, Tanny Fei isn't any weaker than Lin Xian or Bai Zijing. Very well, Mr. Yu, then I'll have to trouble you. I'll leave this matter to you. You must rope in Tanny Fei under my command. The third prince smiled. He was very satisfied and trusted this Mr. Yu. Valurium Palace. King Valurium and the eighth prince had left to discuss the details of the battle for the position of crown prince. Lin Xian was still in closed-door cultivation, absorbing the power of lightning with all his might. However, Valurium Manor was greeted by two figures. One was an old man in white robes, and the other was a middle-aged man with a long beard. The Sky River Great Master and the King of Many Treasures had been sent by the first prince. Both of them were great experts with great strength. At this moment, they were surrounded by powerful auras. They stood high in the sky and scanned the ground with their souls. Immediately, their powerful soul power enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. Everything below was captured by the two men. King Valurium wasn't here. Sky River Great Master was a bit surprised. He really hadn't sensed King Valurium's aura. The King of Many Treasures sneered at the side. If he wasn't here, then there was nothing to talk about. Go down and capture that Lin brat. Alright, let's do that. The Sky River Great Master also revealed a sinister smile. Both of them were vicious and merciless. As great experts, they didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian might be able to contend against one of them, but if the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. Where was that brat? After looking around, the Sky River Great Master frowned again. He hadn't sensed the other's aura either. According to the information he'd received from the Sword of Mount Hua, the other was a swordsman with a very fierce aura. It was easy to identify him. However, the Sky River Great Master couldn't find him. Let me do it. Chapter 2047. The Origin Soul Mirror. It was a powerful Earth-ranked treasure that could track anyone's movements. It should be able to find that Lin brat. In the next moment, King of Many Treasures activated the Origin Soul Mirror in his hand. A mysterious aura emerged and enveloped Valurium Manor below. 30 minutes later, King of Many Treasures smiled sinisterly. He'd found his target. Found him. The Sky River Great Ancestor asked when he saw King of Many Treasures smile. King of Many Treasures nodded. Yes, I've found him. Come with me. In the next moment, the two tore through the air and disappeared in a flash of light. They used powerful abilities to conceal their presence so that no one in the manor would know that they'd entered. In order to conceal their presence, King of Many Treasures took out a large purple umbrella that floated above their heads. The purple umbrella was engraved with mysterious Tao runes. Tens of thousands of runes hung down from it, covering the two. All auras were concealed. Therefore, even if there were experts in Valurium Manor, they wouldn't be able to sense them. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of Hell Mountain. The Sky River Great Ancestor and King of Many Treasures narrowed their eyes when they saw the three strange peaks that towered into the clouds. What a strange mountain! What terrifying power! The two were shocked. They hadn't expected Valurium Manor to have such a treasure. Why do I feel like this aura belongs to a peerless monster king? Whatever, be careful. There's more to this mountain than meets the eye. That brat's aura is in one of the lightning peaks. Should we attack? The Sky River Great Ancestor asked. Yes. Let's do it here. We'll go all out. I'm sure we'll be able to take down that brat quickly. However, let me set up a formation around him first. King of Many Treasures was called that because he had many treasures. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to take out another heaven-sealing formation, which completely sealed off the three peaks of hell and isolated their auras. After doing all this, the two looked at each other and grinned sinisterly. Hum. The two turned into flickering shadows and tore through the air, flying towards the lightning peaks. They appeared in the lightning peaks in the blink of an eye. Their king domains expanded and enveloped the surroundings. Humph. Lin Xian opened his eyes when he sensed this. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He was not surprised by what had happened. Although he was cultivating in seclusion, there was still the dark red divine dragon beside him. With the dark red divine dragon's strength, it would have discovered the other party long ago. Hence, Lin Xian was prepared. Who are you people? How dare they make a move in Valurium Manor? Lin Xian slowly stood up and asked coldly. In the void, the Tianhe Great Ancestor and the King of Many Treasures were also stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so calm. Could it be that he didn't know his own situation? Kid, it doesn't matter who we are. What's important is that you come back with us obediently. What if I don't? Lin Xian sneers. Then don't blame us for being rude. Attack! The two of them coldly shouted. Then, their king's domains roiled, exploding out with extremely terrifying energy. Space twisted as two massive energies tore through the void. They were like sharp heavenly swords as they viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. A dragon image appeared beneath his feet as he took a step forward, instantly dodging the spatial cracks that filled the sky. He came to the side, his brows furrowed. 2 great experts, and elite great experts at that. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. They must have figured out his strength before making a move. His current combat strength was probably already known during the sword duel on Mount Hua. Therefore, sending an elite great expert would not be enough to take him down. Only 2 elite almighties could pose a threat to him. You're quite fast, but do you think you can dodge all of my attacks? Up above, the Tianhe great ancestor sneered. They had a general understanding of Lin Xian. They knew that he was fast and skilled with the sword. However, the other party knew nothing about them. Therefore, this was their advantage. For 2 elite almighties to take down a young brat, it would be a piece of cake. It seems that you know me very well. But do you really think you know me? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you can take me down with just the 2 of you? What a fool's dream. Ruffian dragon, go ahead. Fuck. I haven't exercised my muscles in a long time. This is a good time to play with them. The dark red dragon sneered and attacked quickly. It charged toward the Lord of Many Treasures. How dare a snake come over? You're courting death. Don't tell me you think you can contend against me, kid. Seeing the dark red dragon flying over, the Lord of Many Treasures sneered disdainfully. Boom! He struck out with his palm, forming a vast and unparalleled force that enveloped the area below. Bang! However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because the dark red divine dragon's divine dragon tail whip had sent his vast energy flying. Not only that, but the other party also stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at him. That swift and fierce aura made his hair stand on end. Damn it, what's that? How can it have such powerful attack power? The Lord of Many Treasures was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Therefore, in the next moment, he and the dark red dragon fought. On the other side, Lin Xian had his eyes on the Tianhe great ancestor. What did you say just now? You want to take me away? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As he spoke, he shouted, clenched his hand into a fist, and quickly punched out. The violent power that filled the sky turned into a black dragon and rushed towards the Tianhe great ancestor. Instantly, the void where he was shattered. The Tianhe great ancestor's expression changed. He quickly retreated and barely dodged the punch. Then, his expression became extremely gloomy. That was because he realized that their advantage was gone. Originally, they thought that it would be 2 against 1 so that they could quickly take down the other party. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. The Lord of Many Treasures was actually restrained by a red snake, so he could only face Lin Xian alone. This would greatly increase the difficulty of his success. But even so, he still had to make a move. He did not believe that a brat could overturn the sky and defeat him. Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly made a move. A blue heavenly river appeared beside him, emitting a rumbling sound. Then, along with his palm, it quickly rushed forward like a divine rainbow that streaked across the void. This attack was too fierce. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. The Milky Way that filled the sky enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Ice Guardian. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a cold aura quickly appeared on his body, forming a huge ice queen that enveloped him. Chapter 2048. The Ice Queen was 1,000 feet tall. Her body was hazy, and there were 2 blue wings on her back. At this moment, she quickly closed the dragon and protected Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The terrifying Milky Way collided violently with the Ice Queen. However, it didn't break. On the contrary, after the collision, countless frost formed on the Milky Way and it quickly froze. Not only that, but the entire space was also filled with endless cold air. The Sky River Great Ancestor felt that the spiritual power and speed in his body were suppressed and became slower than before. Boom! 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 Just as he was shocked that the other party had such a terrifying ice aura, the wind and clouds above his head changed, forming a huge vortex. Moreover, there was the sound of thunder. Terrifying bolts of thunder appeared above him. This was originally a mountain of thunder, and at this moment, it was surrounded by violent thunder and lightning. However, the Sky River Great Ancestor was more powerful. He used his king's domain to block all the thunder and lightning outside. Thus, he didn't receive the impact of the thunder and lightning. But now, the change above his head made his expression change drastically. He found that his king's domain couldn't block the thunder and lightning above him. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered rapidly, and the black mass made him feel suffocated. 5-colored lightning flashed in the clouds. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Have a taste of my new killer move, 5 thunders. As his voice fell, in the sky in front of him, a bolt of lightning fell. It was 5-colored lightning, and it carried a violent power that filled the sky. Like a wild dragon, it directly struck the Sky River Great Ancestor. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the 5-colored lightning exploded, and a huge roar sounded. Everything in front of him was completely drowned by the sea of lightning. The huge thunder pierced through the void. This scene made even the king of many treasures, who was fighting in the distance, change his expression drastically. He didn't expect that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. It was far beyond his expectations. Sure enough, when the lightning in front of him disappeared, the Sky River Great Ancestor's figure appeared. However, he was in a sorry state. His body was charred black, and it was obvious that he had been struck by lightning. There was even black smoke coming out of his mouth. Ah! Damn brat! I'm going to kill you! The Sky River Great Ancestor roared crazily. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom! Boom! He waved his hands, and the Milky Way around him surged, emitting a mighty power. A terrifying blue light shot into the sky. The Milky Way quickly covered the Tianhe Great Ancestor's body. Then, as his hands moved, 2 huge blue palms were formed and blasted out. He once again charged towards Lin Xian. Wang! Lin Xian's body was enveloped in the ice barrier. Then, he pulled out the 9 Hell Demon sword and rushed over. With a wave of his sword, a terrifying black sword light tore through the void. It was like the netherworld as it directly appeared in front of the Tianhe Great Ancestor. Pang! The Sky River Great Ancestor slapped the 9 Underworld Demon sword with both hands, creating a loud sound. The 2 of them quickly engaged in an intense battle, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The Milky Way shone brilliantly. At this moment, the Sky River Great Ancestor roared. Immediately, the Sky River on his body changed. Stars appeared in the surging Milky Way, dazzling and emitting a mysterious aura. Pang pang pang. Some of the stars rotated and collided violently with Lin Xian's Ice Guardian. Then, Lin Xian was pushed back. "Kid, do you think that's all I have? I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me." The Tianhe Great Ancestor sneered. His white hair danced in the wind, and two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, the Tianhe Great Ancestor was like a demon king. He had the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth. He raised his hands high, and the sky gathered to form a huge vortex. Milky Way slash. He raised the Milky Way with one hand and slashed it forward as if it had turned into a blade light. This attack was like a rainbow. It was really like a sky full of stars. With a powerful pressure, it completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His body emitted black flames that instantly covered the area. At this moment, he was like a god of war. His aura was like a rainbow, and he was unstoppable. Fire God Roar. Lin Xian once again used a powerful killer move. Immediately, the Ice Guardian on his body disappeared and was replaced by a flame giant. Roar! With a furious roar, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The powerful sound waves mixed with the terrifying flames formed a violent and boundless black wave that rushed forward. In the next moment, the two collided. The two collided fiercely in the sky. The Milky Way shook, and the light flickered. The terrifying flame energy surged and shattered the void. Clang! Another earth-shattering attack. Then, the Milky Way in the sky shattered into pieces under the fire god's roar. He actually broke my Milky Way slash. The Tianhe Great Ancestor's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party's flames to be so powerful that they could burn his Milky Way slash. It really surprised him. However, what made his scalp tingle was still behind. Because on the opposite side, Lin Xian made another move. He raised the Nine Darkness demonic sword high, and the flame giant on his body did the same. Whoosh! Not only that, but 100 feet long flame sword appeared in the sky. The flames jumped and burned the void. It also emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Whoosh! The sword slashed down, splitting the void into two halves. The terrifying flame giant sword completely enveloped the Tianhe Great Ancestor. It was too shocking. Even in the sky, there was a loud dragon's roar. Because not only did this flame giant sword fuse with the hellfire, but it also had the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that it made people despair. Even the king of many treasures, who was fighting with the dark red divine dragon, felt his scalp tingle. He also felt the threat of death. In the next moment, he decisively retreated thousands of miles and looked ahead in shock. The void in front of him collapsed, and the Tianhe Great Ancestor's king's domain was split open by the sword. The power of lightning surged out, and the Tianhe Great Ancestor's clothes were torn. There was a huge sword scar on his body. The sword scar was very terrifying. It had split open his inner armor, revealing deep white bones. Go! When the king of many treasures saw this scene, his scalp tingled. He turned into a stream of light and quickly arrived beside the Tianhe Great Ancestor. Then, he soared into the sky, not daring to stay here at all. Want to leave? Not so easy. The dark red divine dragon sneered and flicked its dragon claws, covering the sky and the earth, covering a radius of thousands of miles. The terrifying dragon claws carried the dragon's might and shattered the void. The terrifying power enveloped the two of them. The king of many treasures' expression changed. He raised his hand and threw out a large green bell. It grew bigger and bigger, like a green mountain, and resisted the dragon claws in the sky. At the same time, he quickly fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the mountain of lightning. Then, he broke the formation and fled out of Valyria Manor. You want to leave? Let's see if I'll let you. Chapter 2049. Valyria Manor hadn't noticed the previous battle because of the formation's defenses. But now that the formation had been removed, the aura here immediately attracted Valyria Manor's attention. All of a sudden, a cold aura appeared, and powerful figures quickly descended. What followed was a series of thunderous voices. Who dares to behave so atrociously in the manor? Crack, crack. Lord of Many Treasures felt his scalp go numb when he saw the experts from Valyria Manor. Honored Master Tianhe was even paler. He'd already consumed many treasures to stop his injuries from worsening. But the sword aura on his wounds couldn't be erased in a short time. He knew that he'd lost this time. He'd underestimated his opponent. His opponent was too strong, and the sword aura was too strange. It seemed indestructible. Lord of Many Treasures sighed. He couldn't face the situation head-on. So, he took out a spatial jade slip. This was a very precious teleportation jade slip. There was a teleportation formation sealed inside, which could teleport people out. That was what he was using right now. Boom! The red jade slip burned, and runes that filled the sky gathered under their feet, forming a spatial array platform. The two of them quickly disappeared. When the formation disappeared, several powerful figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Then, a giant palm slammed into the spatial vortex. Bang! The palm slammed down with earth-shattering force, but it was still a step too late. Lord of Many Treasures and honored Master Tianhe had already been teleported away. What's going on? What's going on? General Li Hua had also arrived. He looked at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice. I don't know. They're probably here to assassinate me. I was cultivating on Lightning Mountain when they suddenly attacked. But one of them was heavily injured by me, so they ran away. Heavily injured by you? Hearing this, the experts' eyelids twitched wildly. Although they hadn't seen the newcomers clearly, they could tell from their auras that they were elites among experts. It was inconceivable that such people would be heavily injured by a 6-star king. They knew that Lin Xian was strong enough to defeat Bai Zijing, but no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to contend against 2 elite experts. However, Lin Xian did it, which really surprised them greatly. They knew that the young man before them must have a secret that they were unaware of. Of course, there was no way they could pry into such a secret. Alright, it's good that you're fine. Be more careful. Now that His Highness is not in the mansion, you should be careful. I got it. Lin Xian nodded and said, since their assassination failed, I've decided to leave immediately and head to the royal city to meet up with the 8th prince. Alright, then be careful. General Li Hua nodded and instructed. Indeed, now was the best time to leave, because the news hadn't spread yet. Otherwise, it would have been a while later. After those people received the news and learned of Lin Xian's strength, they would send even stronger assassins. After bidding farewell to General Li Hua, Lin Xian descended from the sky and flew towards the imperial city of the Tai Yi Empire. On the other side, Lord of Many Treasures and Master Tianhe had also quickly fled Valyria Manor. Then, the two of them appeared in a barren mountain. Damn it! How could that kid be so strong? Master Tianhe gnashed his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. On the other side, Lord of Many Treasures' expression was grave as well. He hurriedly sent news to the first prince that the situation had changed. The royal palace. The first prince's expression darkened when he received the news. He hadn't expected that two elite experts would fail to capture the young man. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, after this incident, he and Lin Xian had probably formed a grudge. Therefore, it was impossible to recruit the young man. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate Lin Xian immediately. He couldn't allow the other princes to use him. If two elite almighties couldn't kill you, then four almighties would do. I don't believe that you can defy the heavens. The first prince sneered. He had no shortage of great experts. Therefore, he immediately sent four of them to Valuria Manor to kill the enemy. However, he was destined to fail because Lin Xian had long since left Valuria Manor. On the other side, the third prince was very happy because he'd successfully recruited Tanny Fei, the genius of the Dian's sacred land, to his side. Now, he was even stronger than before. He was confident that he would emerge victorious in the battle for the crown prince's position. He would suppress the first prince and the eighth prince. The crown prince's position will be mine. The third prince smiled proudly. Time slowly passed. On this day, Lin Xian's figure appeared above a formation in the capital. He'd used Valuria Manor's transportation formation to arrive at the capital. The capital city was vast and majestic. Moreover, Lin Xian could sense the rich spirit energy in the air as soon as he appeared. He could even feel the surging draconic aura beneath the ground. It was as if a peerless beast was entrenched beneath the earth. Not long after, Lin Xian used the method given to him by General Li Hua to contact the eighth prince. The air rippled as four burly men appeared. They were bare-chested, their muscles bulging like horned dragons. Each one of them was incredibly powerful. However, they were merely sedan bearers. They slowly descended while carrying a red palanquin. "Are you Lin Xian, Sir Lin?" one of the men asked in a low voice as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "No, I am. The eighth prince has sent us to receive Sir Lin." They opened the palanquin as they spoke. "All right." Lin Xian nodded and climbed into the palanquin. The four burly men lifted the palanquin and soared into the air. They turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the air. In an imperial garden. The eighth prince sat in a pavilion, sipping tea and admiring the flowers. At this time, a red light flashed in the sky. An enormous red palanquin carried by four burly men quickly descended. The eighth prince narrowed his eyes when he saw this. The guards beside him also quickly walked forward. Whoosh! When the palanquin landed, two maids opened the curtains respectfully. Lin Xian then walked out from the palanquin. "Ah, Sir Lin, we meet again." The eighth prince laughed when he saw Lin Xian walk out. "Greetings, eighth prince." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "Come, brother Lin, have a taste of my spiritual tea. This is an 8,000-year-old red-robe spiritual tea." "Thank you, eighth prince." Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He walked into the pavilion and sat on the stone bench. Then, he picked up the cup of spiritual tea in front of him and slowly tasted it. "It is indeed a good tea," Lin Xian praised. Indeed, this was an 8,000-year-old spiritual tea. It contained an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Chapter 2050. If one drank this kind of spiritual tea for a long time, it would be very beneficial to a warrior. Of course, ordinary people could not afford to drink it. Perhaps only the princes and princesses could afford to drink it. Moreover, it was too old. Perhaps only these spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines could grow for so long. Other than that, it was very difficult for human warriors to live to this age. At least a king could not live to this age. The king realm. At most, one could live for 3,000 to 4,000 years. Further up, it would not work. Unless one made a breakthrough. Enter the legendary sage realm. Only then could one continue to live longer. Obtain great power. Otherwise, one would not be able to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Brother Lin, let me tell you about the Crown Prince battle. Next, the 8th prince introduced Lin Xian to the Crown Prince battle. Although the 8th prince had a noble status, before he had become the Crown Prince, his attitude had been very amiable. Not only to Lin Xian, but to all the other prodigies as well, he treated them with the utmost respect. Because he had to rely on these people to become the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince battle was where all the princes fought for the position of Crown Prince. This time, there were a total of 15 princes participating in the Crown Prince battle. Among them, the first prince was the most powerful, followed by the 3rd prince and the 8th prince. Among them, the 3 princes were not too different in strength and were ranked in the first tier. That left the 2nd and 3rd echelons. In the 2nd tier, the 4th prince, the 9th prince, and the 15th prince were more powerful. After that, the 8th prince did not introduce anyone else because those people did not pose any threat to him. The Crown Prince battle was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was a challenge competition. The young elites led by the 15 princes would compete for the first King Jade Talisman. If they won a round, they would get a King Jade Talisman. Those Jade Talismans and Ace Medallions would accompany the princes and the experts to the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage was also a competition. However, there were no rules. As long as one had the most King Jade Talismans in the set time, he would be the Crown Prince. Therefore, either of these 2 stages was very important. If one could collect a large number of King Jade Talismans in the first stage, it would be much easier in the 2nd stage. Of course, these 2 stages had restrictions. The first round had an age restriction. The participants could not be older than 300 years old. The 2nd stage was restricted by one's cultivation level. Those who entered the 2nd stage could not be peerless almighties. In other words, everyone's cultivation had to be below the 8-star king realm. After learning this, Lin Xian had a better understanding of the competition for the position of Crown Prince. At this moment, the 8th prince spoke again. Mr. Lin, although you have defeated Bai Zijing, don't let your guard down. This was because the other princes had too many young experts under them. You still have to be careful. Some of them were not weaker than Bai Zijing. Don't worry, 8th prince, since I have already promised you, then I will definitely do my best. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the 2 of them sipped tea. On the other side, the other princes had all received secret reports. It was no longer a secret that Lin Xian had entered the palace. Therefore, all the princes received the news that Lin Xian was invited by the 8th prince. What? That kid was actually recruited by the 8th prince. After the 3rd prince received the news, his face turned gloomy. Although he had expected this, he still could not calm down when he confirmed the news. After all, the strength that Lin Xian had displayed was really terrifying. The middle-aged man, Mr. Yu, who was fanning himself, said in a deep voice, 3rd prince, although this is unexpected, it is also within our consideration. Although that kid has defeated Bai Zijing, it will not be so easy for him to defeat us. In our hands, we have the Tyrant Fist and the First Saber. It is impossible for him to defeat us. That's right. The 3rd prince calmed down and sat down again. His eyes flickered as he began to think about the future. When the 1st prince heard the news, he flew into a rage. He was about to go crazy because he did not expect Lin Xian to join the 8th prince. This was something that he did not expect. He originally wanted to kill Lin Xian, but now, the 8th prince had benefited. First prince, what should we do? The cultivators under the first prince were also frowning. This was not good news for them either. A mere 6-star king is not a decisive factor. At most, he will only give us some pressure. The first prince also calmed down and snorted coldly. Indeed, he was the son of the current empress, and he had many experts and geniuses under his command. Although he had lost by Zijing, he still had other peerless geniuses. Go and ask mother if the person we invited has arrived, the first prince said. He had already prepared. He had already started making preparations. When Bai Zijing was forced to seal his sword, he had asked his mother to find a mysterious and powerful race. He asked a genius from there to come out and help him. Now that he calculated the time, there should be a result. Sure enough, not long after, his subordinate returned. He also told the first prince that the person had arrived. Is that so? Quickly invite him in. The first prince stood up, very excited. The martialists under his command were also extremely puzzled. Just what kind of powerhouse could make the first prince treat him so seriously? Soon, they saw it. That was because a figure walked in with large strides. It was a young man wearing golden armor. His entire body emitted a resplendent light, and his golden hair was as dazzling as the sun. As he walked, the void trembled rapidly, as if it would split open at any moment. So powerful. Who was he? The other cultivators in the hall were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. That was because they felt that the blood in their bodies was trembling along with him. This was too terrifying. Even the expressions of those mighty figures changed. The first prince. The young man in golden armor looked forward and nodded slightly, not bowing. However, the first prince was not angry. Instead, he smiled. He smiled and said, "The Golden Lion King lives up to his reputation." What? The Golden Lion King. What a strange name. The other peerless experts were shocked. One of them said, "Could it be the demon race?" They were too shocked because the other party had a dense and monstrous aura. He was like a peerless ferocious beast, causing their hearts to tremble. In fact, with just a glance, their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Humph. Hearing this, the young man in golden armor snorted coldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a certain direction. Immediately, the cultivator who spoke earlier spat out a large mouthful of blood. As if struck by lightning, he directly crashed into the wall. Chapter 2051. You. It was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was incomparably pale. He covered his wound and stared straight ahead. The others were also stunned. Their expressions all changed. How dare you? Who told you to attack here? They were really angry. The other party attacked without saying a word. They didn't even know the reason. The first prince's expression also changed. He quickly stopped them and told them not to move. Someone, bring out the best healing medicine. He helped the middle-aged man up and said, "You're wrong. Don't talk nonsense. He wasn't from the devil race. He was from the war race. He was a human." What? War race? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, the elders cried out in alarm. Could it be the legendary war clan? Weren't they extinct? How could they still be alive? Hearing this, the elder's expression changed greatly and he quickly shut his mouth. Because someone had insulted the other party before, the golden youth attacked. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak at all. The first prince explained that the war race hadn't disappeared. They just lived in seclusion in the vast mountains. Ordinary people couldn't find them. This time, it had taken a lot of effort to invite him out from behind the scenes. So that was the case. Hearing this, everyone understood. No wonder this youth was so powerful. The war race was a legendary race that had been passed down since ancient times. They lived for battle and were very powerful. They had ancient battle skills. However, they disappeared 10,000 years ago. In the recent few thousand years, they didn't appear in the Middle State continent. Therefore, everyone thought that they were extinct. They didn't expect that they would appear again. Next, the first prince sent the injured middle-aged man away. Then, he asked someone to bring the Golden Lion King away to rest. The main hall returned to silence. Everyone was still shocked. They didn't expect the first prince to have a genius from the war race. This way, their chances of winning would definitely increase by a lot. This news couldn't be hidden at all. Naturally, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others also caught wind of it. When the third prince found out that the first prince had invited a genius from the war race, he was extremely shocked. The joy that he originally felt from taking in Tanny Fade disappeared completely in an instant. His expression became gloomy again. Mr. Yu, who was beside him, also had a serious expression. It seemed that Empress really went through a lot of trouble for the eldest prince. He had actually found the war clan that had been living in seclusion for 10,000 years. It had to be said that it was really surprising. This time around, Bai Zijing had been forced to seal his sword, thinking that the first prince would lose a lot of strength. But from the looks of it now, not only did he not suffer any losses, he even became stronger than before. The war clan was a legendary clan. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying. The people who came this time were not ordinary people either. They should be stronger than the White Child realm. At the side, Mr. Yu also said, "Third prince, let's arrange the lineup for the first stage." While the third prince was arranging his troops, the eighth prince had also received news from his subordinates. Immediately, he frowned. Lin Xian asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Previously, he saw that the eighth prince was beaming with joy, but now, his expression was extremely solemn. He guessed that something must have happened. "Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you. Something happened." News had just arrived that the first prince had found a genius from the battle race. Battle race? Lin Xian frowned. What race is that? He did not know. He had not been in the Tai dynasty for long. Naturally, he had not heard of the battle race. The eighth prince explained that the battle race was a legendary clan that had been passed down since ancient times. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying and powerful. However, they had disappeared 10,000 years ago. He did not expect them to reappear now. What? There's actually such a thing. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the origin of the battle race to be so mysterious and powerful. It seems that we have to make a good arrangement. The eighth prince also took a deep breath. After that, he had someone bring Lin Xian away to rest. As for himself, his eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. The other princes also received the news and immediately frowned. It could be said that because of the arrival of the Golden Lion King, these princes were extremely nervous. On the other side, after Lin Xian settled down, he also understood some of the situation. This place was indeed a gathering of geniuses and experts. Not counting the older generation, just the geniuses under the age of 300 were very powerful. On the eighth prince's side, there was a young genius called Lu Fei, who was known as the Silver Dragon Spear Monarch. It was said that his silver spear could sweep across all directions. there was a woman called Duanqingqing. Her bone-melting palm was unparalleled. On the third prince's side, there was a young man called Fish Tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely terrifying. In addition, there was a young man called the First Blade. He was very powerful and his blade technique was outstanding. He was not weaker than Bai Zijing. On the first prince's side, there was a man called the Force King. He was known to be extremely strong and unparalleled in close combat. The other one was the Golden Lion King who had just appeared. It was extremely terrifying. As a member of the battle race, it was very mysterious and powerful. It attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. In addition, under the fourth prince, there was a swordsman called Jian Shisan. His killing sword technique was extremely terrifying. Once the sword was drawn, it would destroy the enemy. On the ninth prince's side, there was a young man called Gao Jichao. He was very powerful and was said to be an expert of the soul element. On the 15th prince's side, there was a woman called Xiao Yu. It was said that she was a beast tamer and had many terrifying monster kings. Every one of them was a young genius. They were incomparably powerful and made people tremble. Other than these few, the other geniuses were also very terrifying. There were even some who hid their strength and waited for the moment of the competition to unleash their true strength. In the following days, everyone waited quietly and cultivated in silence. On this day, 3 thunderous sounds came from the palace. All the geniuses who were cultivating opened their eyes. Then, they stood up. At this time, the guards quickly came over and respectfully said, "Geniuses, the prince invites you." "Young Master Lin, the 8th prince invites you." A guard came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully. Lin Xian nodded, stood up, and followed the guard out of the palace. This scene was happening everywhere in the palace. All the princes were gathering their geniuses. It seemed that the first competition was about to begin. In the huge palace, the 8th prince stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood the red-robed middle-aged Daoist Long. Chapter 2052. In front of him were the young geniuses who were taking part in the competition. Each of them was a terrifying genius. They were all under 300 years old. Everyone, there are a total of 5 people taking part in this competition. Each of you will fight 5 times. The competition will be a challenge. In other words, we can challenge any of the prince's martial artists. The other princes can also challenge us. I hope everyone will do their best. The 8th prince said loudly. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others nodded. We will do our best. Not only the 8th prince, but the 3rd prince, 1st prince, 4th prince, and 9th prince were also mobilizing before the battle. After all, this battle would determine whether they could become the crown prince. They had to be careful. Let's go. Then, the 8th prince opened the door of the palace and led everyone into the depths of the palace. At the same time, the 1st prince, 3rd prince, and the others led their people into the depths of the palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a huge space that was specially set up for this competition. When Lin Xian arrived, he immediately squinted his eyes. He realized that this was not an ordinary martial arts arena, but a space. A unique space. Using an independent space as the arena for the competition, one had to admit that it was really a big deal. Perhaps only the royal family could do it. Soon, the space door opened and the princes led the geniuses into the space door. The next moment, the scene changed. It was no longer a huge palace or a bustling palace. Instead, it was replaced by a beautiful scenery. Below, there was a huge river. The mountain range was like a group of dragons lying on the ground. There was a huge plain there. There were 4 stone pillars at the 4 corners of the plain as the boundary. That was where the battle would take place. Around it, there were platforms for everyone to rest. Furthermore, the space was not empty. There were some old and middle-aged people who had arrived in advance. They were all members of the royal family. They were here to preside over the first battle. Humph! The first prince coldly barked. With a wave of his sleeve, he led the group of experts to the largest platform. Then, they landed forcefully. After that, the third prince also made his move. "Let's go," the 8th prince said. Then, he stepped into the air with Lin Xian and the others following closely behind. Other than that, his prince also acted quickly. When everyone arrived on the platform, the atmosphere of the entire space became somewhat tense. Even the princes were filled with hostility. After all, this was a battle that would determine whether or not he could become the crown prince. If they succeeded, they would become the crown prince, the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. How could they not be hostile? Could it be that this was the Lin Xian who defeated Bai Zijing and became the #1 swordsman in the Tai dynasty? At this moment, the third prince, who was on the platform at the side, spoke. He looked at Lin Xian. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding princes all frowned. The peerless experts around them all wore solemn expressions. For a moment, over 100 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Xian. The void trembled rapidly. Just like a piece of cloth, it was being torn into pieces. Damn it, this guy is trying to sow discord. The faces of the young experts around the 8th prince also became dignified. Feeling these gazes, their scalps were a little numb. Being pressured by so many people at the same time, they were afraid that the situation would be very bad. Lin Xian naturally felt the hostility from those martial artists. In particular, many of the sword carvings were filled with murderous intent towards him. After all, the title of the #1 swordsman was too sensitive. It could be said that whoever obtained the title of #1 would have endless trouble. Lin Xian also knew this point. However, on this occasion, how could he back down? Suddenly, he snorted coldly. An extremely sharp sword wave rushed out of his body and spread in all directions. It shattered all of those gazes. So powerful. The surrounding young experts were shocked. They did not expect that the other party could resist the joint pressure of so many experts. They had to admit that he was indeed very powerful. No wonder he could defeat Bai Zijing. He was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, at this moment, the 8th prince also laughed loudly. "Third brother is very concerned about my friend." However, Brother Lin was not the only new expert who came this time. There was another one who was said to be the legendary genius of the war tribe. The 8th prince smiled and led the flames of war away from Lin Xian to the first prince. Sure enough, when these words were said, everyone frowned again. Because the title of the genius of the battle group was even more powerful. The war tribe was a legendary race that had disappeared for nearly 10,000 years. Who would have thought that they would appear again now? This was definitely a shocking matter. Therefore, for a moment, all of their gazes looked at the first prince again. Moreover, they locked onto a young man with a golden light. The young man was clad in golden armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. His golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and he was filled with wildness. Was he the genius of the war tribe? Sure enough, what a violent aura. It felt like a peerless demonic beast. He was a peerless enemy. For a moment, the expressions of many young geniuses were incomparably solemn. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party's aura was indeed powerful, which made him feel fearful. Was that the war tribe? He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's heart sank. Just from the aura, he knew that the other party was very strong. Moreover, he knew that the war tribe was rumored to be so godly, so they must have extremely terrifying combat skills. How strong would the other party be? Compared to the White Sun Realm, who would be stronger? Other than the golden-haired young man, Lin Xian also discovered a few other powerful figures. According to his judgment, these people should be the experts that he knew from the information. They were distributed among the first prince, the 8th prince, the 3rd prince, and a few other princes. Each of them was a peerless figure and could not be underestimated. All right, I believe that everyone should have received the rules before. Now, I won't talk nonsense. The competition is about to begin. An old voice sounded. In the sky, on the clouds, a few powerful figures sat cross-legged. They were the hosts of this competition. At this moment, one of the old men said coldly, "Dong dong dong." Below, on the ground, there was a war drum that was rapidly beating, letting out a low sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that quickly reverberated in all directions. Once the war drum beats, you will be guided to the war drum platform. Those who are selected can challenge the experts under the other princes. Each of you will have 5 chances to make a move. I hope that you will make good use of them. The old voice sounded again, and the sound of the war drum became louder and louder. Chapter 2053. Not long after, the sound of the war drums gradually subsided. Then, everyone felt an inexplicable force attracting them. But soon, the attraction disappeared. Everyone knew that they were not the first to fight. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. He could feel a powerful force calling out to him from the beginning. It wanted him to take the first step. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He stood up, took a step forward, and arrived on the ground in the distance. What? He was the first to fight. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Xian. They did not expect that the first to fight would be the #1 swordsman whose name had spread throughout the empire. They did not expect that the first to fight would be Lin Xian. Not to mention the other princes, even the 8th prince was slightly surprised. The experts he brought were also surprised. What #1 swordsman? How arrogant! How dare he shout like that? Was it so easy to be #1? Many swordsmen sneered. How could someone who was arrogant be called the #1 swordsman? At that moment, a young man next to the 6th prince sneered disdainfully. Hearing that, the 8th prince frowned. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked coldly, "You're not convinced? Come over here. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." The young man sneered. He was also an expert swordsman and thought that his swordsmanship was superior. Naturally, he was not convinced by others. So, at that moment, he attacked decisively. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. His entire body was like a golden stream of light, quickly flying over from the horizon. It was boundless, and it instantly enveloped the entire space. Then, the swordsman attacked. A sharp sword light shone and shot into the sky. Because the moment he arrived, the battle had already begun. Of course, he would not show mercy. What #1 swordsman? What Lin Xian? He had never heard of them. You're just a piece of trash in front of me. I'll cut you in half with my sword. The swordsman sneered, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The sharp sword light instantly arrived above Lin Xian. The terrifying sword qi tore through the heavens and earth, causing Lin Xian's red robes to flutter like leaves in the wind. Go to hell, brat. In the sky, the powerful swordsman sneered. In the distance, the eyes of the martialist princes on the platform flickered. It seemed like they could already see Lin Xian being split in half by this sword. However, Lin Xian stood there like a boulder amidst the terrifying sword qi. He did not dodge at all, nor did he show any fear. His gaze was so deep and calm. It was like a sea of stars, vast and boundless, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sharp sword light in the sky. What was going on? Was he scared out of his wits? Why didn't he dodge or counterattack? When the princes and experts in the distance saw this scene, they were all very puzzled. The sixth prince sneered. What a piece of trash. The number one swordsman couldn't even withstand a single blow. That brat was probably scared out of his wits. He couldn't even resist. The sixth prince sneered disdainfully. On the other side, the eighth prince was also frowning. The eighth prince was fine, but the martialists he brought were also frowning. This was because they could not figure out why Lin Xian's performance was so bad. In the Sky Palace, Guo laughed wildly. He realized that Lin Xian was worse than he had imagined. When he thought of this, he became even more excited. He activated the sword light with all his might and quickly slashed it down. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he saw Lin Xian's eyes. His gaze was so deep and calm. There was no fear in it at all. Oh no, could it be that there was some danger? Guo was puzzled. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. This was because he felt a terrifying aura gushing out from the young man below. That aura made him despair. Crack! 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 Blue ice appeared in the sky and instantly froze the sword light. It formed an ice sword and stopped in midair. What? How could this be? Seeing this scene, the surrounding princes and martial artists were all shocked. They could not believe it. The sixth prince turned pale with fright. Damn it, how could it be? When did he make his move? Why didn't I see it? The sixth prince's face was also gloomy. The other princes were even more surprised. On the other hand, the eighth prince heaved a sigh of relief. However, he soon fell into a deep shock. Lin Xian was too powerful. They did not even see how Lin Xian made his move. What a fast speed! What a terrifying power of ice! For a moment, everyone was shocked. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's name before, most of them had not seen Lin Xian make his move with their own eyes. Therefore, they were still doubtful about whether Lin Xian had the strength to defeat Bai Zijing. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was really powerful. Although he did not use his sword technique, that move alone was enough to shock them. Damn it, how could this be? In the sky, Guo was even more frightened. His face became extremely ugly. His sword light was extremely sharp, capable of destroying heaven and earth, but at this moment, it was easily frozen by someone. What kind of ice was this? How could it ignore his sword light? He could not figure it out, but he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. As a result, he was now in great danger. After Lin Xian froze his opponent's sword light, he did not immediately make his move. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Then, he asked indifferently. Is this your strength? How dare you look down on me with this little bit of strength? Do you think you can obtain the title of the number one swordsman? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered. His opponent could not even withstand one of his ice attacks, and he still wanted to compete with him for the title of the number one swordsman. How reckless! You're courting death. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Guo roared crazily. He was a peerless genius and an incomparably powerful swordsman. He was also a capable genius under the sixth prince. no one had ever dared to underestimate him. However, at this moment, his opponent actually looked down on him. This was intolerable. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily. Streaks of sharp sword light rushed out of his body and swept across all directions. Each streak of sword light was incomparably resplendent as if they were immortal light. They were extremely sharp. These sword lights swept across together. Nothing could stop them. Even the people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They had to admit that Guo was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. At this moment, waves of violent ice energy appeared on Lin Xian's body. A gigantic ice goddess appeared on his body. It quickly grew larger and enveloped heaven and earth. Chapter 2054. In an instant, the entire space was covered in ice. Ice and snow spread, and the cold wind in the sky made everyone's heart tremble. As for the golden sword light that Guo shot out, it was instantly frozen as well. Extinguish. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he pointed out his finger. Along with his action, the huge ice goddess waved her staff and shot out a ball of terrifying cold air. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thousands of miles were frozen. In an instant, Guo and the sword light that filled the sky were frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Shock, absolute shock. When everyone saw this scene, all of them were depressed. They really did not expect Lin Xian to defeat his opponent in one move. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? On the sixth prince's side, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The sixth prince's face also turned black. Guo was also one of his generals and his sword skills were outstanding. He originally thought that he could get a better result this time, but he did not expect that he would be the first one to be defeated in one move. Not only the sixth prince, but the other princes were also shocked. Among them, the third prince and the first prince looked dignified. Sure enough, the opponent was as powerful as the rumors said. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side revealed a smile. He was very satisfied with Lin Xian's performance. The first match ended with Lin Xian's victory, and he received a Trump Jade Talisman. The eighth prince was very happy. On the other side, Lu Huang Zishuan's face was gloomy as he ordered people to carry Guo away. The eighth prince's side won and was in a good mood. At this time, the war drum sounded again and the loud sound pierced the sky. It's my turn. Lin Xian had just returned when a beautiful woman beside him stood up. It seemed that she should be the one to make a move. Her name was Duanqingqing and she was also a very outstanding genius under the eighth prince. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect it to be the eighth prince's people again. Duanqingqing arrived at the center of the square like a beautiful fairy. Then, another person stood up. It was a young man. He was a genius under the 11th prince. The battle began quickly, but it also ended quickly. Duanqingqing was very powerful. Her bone-melting soft palm was incomparably soft, causing people to be injured without even seeing the danger. In less than 10 moves, the man beside the 11th prince spat out blood and was sent flying. He directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight anymore. There was no way to defend against that soft power. It penetrated his defense and injured his internal organs. Duanqingqing had obtained another Trump Jade Talisman. Now, the 8th prince had won 2 battles and obtained 2 Trump Jade Talismans. He was above all the other princes. However, the 3rd prince, the 1st prince, and the other powerful princes were not in a hurry. They knew that this was only the beginning. It was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. As he expected, after Duanqingqing, the rest of the geniuses made their moves too. The third to appear was a violent young man beside the third prince. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and had short red hair. There was a red string tied around his forehead, and he looked extremely violent. This person was very famous. He was the famous fish tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely violent, tearing the world apart. Fish Tyrant punched out and defeated his opponent. His strength was not any weaker than Lin Xian's previous performance. After Fish Tyrant, a few other geniuses made their moves. Among them, a few of them were very powerful. They defeated their opponents in a few short moves. These people were the ones on the list that Lin Xian had seen before. For example, the first prince's Herculean king was extremely strong. He was like a war demon, easily defeating his opponent. The third prince's first move was even more terrifying. The sharp blade tore the world apart. He didn't even make a move. He just used his eyes to send out a blade light and defeated his opponent. In addition, there was a swordsman who was more eye-catching. The person beside the fourth prince was called Jianshi. This person looked very ordinary. If he was placed in the crowd, no one would be able to tell that there was anything unusual about him. However, when he attacked, the wind and clouds changed color. A terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions, making everyone's hearts turn cold. If it weren't for the royal family's elders in the sky, his opponent would have been killed by a single sword strike. This caused many people to look at Sword 13 with faces full of fear. Because Jianshi-san's sword technique was a legendary killing sword technique. The moment the sword was drawn, the person would be destroyed. It was terrifying. There was also a man beside the ninth prince called Gao Jichao. He was very terrifying. He used a soul technique. When he used his soul technique, his eyes turned white. It was extremely empty and strange. Soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Therefore, his opponent was directly affected by the illusion and was attacked. In an instant, he was like a puppet being controlled by the other party. The 15th prince was not willing to fall behind. He had a woman in his hand who was very powerful. She looked sweet and petite. She looked like a little bird that relied on people. However, when she fought, it made people's eyelids twitch wildly. This was because the woman directly opened the demon beast pouch. Several terrifying demon kings were released. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were all 6-star demon kings. At this moment, they joined hands and defeated their opponents easily. These were all very terrifying geniuses. Among so many geniuses, they were so dazzling that people could distinguish them at a glance. However, the more terrifying one was not them, but the golden youth from the battle group. He was wearing golden armor. When he walked out, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. He didn't even have the courage to fight. It couldn't be helped. The terrifying battle intent emitted by the Golden Lion King was too powerful. His opponent's mind was about to collapse. He couldn't fight it at all. This was also the only person who won without a fight. This made the first prince very satisfied. At this moment, a young man in white beside the 14th prince made his move. This young man was very strange. In such a formal and tense situation, he was actually half lying there, holding a red gourd and drinking non-stop. His eyes were even a little blurry. It seemed like he didn't care about the competition at all. Lin Xian looked at this figure and frowned slightly. This person wasn't on the list that the 8th prince gave him. In other words, this person wasn't too outstanding before. Otherwise, he would have been recorded. Because the people on the list were all peerless geniuses under the princes. They were very terrifying. They were worthy of being careful. The drunk young man with the red gourd wasn't on the list. His opponent was one of the first prince's subordinates, a bald man in a black robe. This man's aura was very cold, like a demon king of darkness. It made people's hearts tremble. He looked at the drunk young man and frowned slightly. Then, he sneered. "Kid, you're not my match at all. So, I advise you to give up the competition." Chapter 2055. Hearing this, the drunk young man opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the bald man, then said, "Giving up is not my style." Hearing this, the bald man in black sneered. "Kid, since you want to die, don't blame me." After saying that, he sneered. With a flash of his body, he quickly charged out. In an instant, he arrived below. Then, he threw out a punch. A terrifying black aura condensed into a pitch-black beast claw that grabbed forward. The claw was extremely terrifying. Black aura surrounded it and emitted a chilling power that made people tremble. The demonic claw. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and exclaimed. That's right, the bald man was also a very terrifying elite. At this moment, the black claw that he used was called the demonic claw. It instantly tore through the void and grabbed forward. Bang! However, when that drunk young man saw this scene, he shuddered. Then, his legs grew weak, and he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, he was really drunk. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the drunk young man had fallen, he had narrowly avoided the demonic claw. What? That's possible. The corners of the elite's mouths twitched in disbelief. The demonic claw was extremely terrifying. They were not confident that they could dodge it. However, the other party had dodged it in such a manner. They found it hard to believe. The monk in the black robe's face was also gloomy. His killing move had been dodged by a drunkard, which made him feel embarrassed. In the next moment, he roared and the black claw grabbed out again. Black aura filled the sky and completely sealed the entire space. "Kid, go to hell." He roared ferociously and slammed the demonic claw down mercilessly. Bang! However, the drunk young man rolled on the ground and dodged it again. What? He dodged it again. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They did not expect that the other party had dodged the demonic claw twice and in such a comical manner. Damn it, this guy is too lucky. Everyone was discussing. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. No, it's not luck. He could tell that the other party was definitely not lucky. The reason for that was because the demonic hand was simply too frightening. Even if someone were to fall to the ground, they would not be able to dodge it at all. The other party must have taken advantage of the devil's hand's weakness to dodge it. That's right, a flaw. Any martial art, as long as it was executed by a human, would definitely have a flaw. However, some flaws were hidden very deeply, and some were very small, so ordinary people couldn't find them at all. However, it was clear that the drunk youth had found the devil's hand's weakness twice, allowing him to dodge the two killing moves. That would be interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this drunk youth was not as simple as he seemed. He should also be a super expert. The others, such as the first saber, the Herculean Emperor, and the others were aware of this too. Their expressions were solemn. As for the Golden Lion King wearing the golden battle armor, it had its eyes closed the entire time. It seemed to have fallen asleep and was not watching any of the matches. It seemed that he was very confident in himself. At the front, the black-robed monk's face was extremely ugly. He had used the devil's hand twice, but he hadn't been able to injure the other party. This made him lose face. He couldn't even get out of the situation. Therefore, he roared angrily, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom! 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 Boundless devil's chi emerged from the black-robed monk's body and quickly enveloped the entire space. Thick black chi appeared on his hands, and demonic runes appeared on his hands. The two devils' hands were like monstrous beast claws, and they quickly closed together. It was as if two black mountains were pressing down from the sky. This attack truly had the power to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Boz! Faced with such a terrifying ultimate move, the drunk youth abruptly opened his eyes. His drunken eyes suddenly emitted a strange light. It was so sharp that it made people tremble. As expected, the other party wasn't drunk. In the next moment, two red flames appeared on his fists, and an incomparably bright light burst out. As the flames danced, a mysterious power flowed. Then, he waved his fists and punched forward. The void shattered, and the world shook. The devil's chi in the surroundings exploded in an instant. The black-robed monk was also forced back, and he looked at the other party in shock. What happened just now? How did the other party explode with such a powerful force? Damn brat, pretending to be mysterious. I'm going to kill you now. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hands. It was extremely black, like the spear of the devil from hell. Boz! The spear waved, bringing with it a biting cold aura, and it quickly tore the void apart. The black light that filled the sky gathered and turned into a black dragon, roaring in front of him. Hee hee. However, the drunk young man merely chuckled. At this time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he opened the wine gourd in his hand again and drank a mouthful of wine. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. What time is it now? You still have time to drink. Many people sneered, thinking that this time, the other party was really dead. Because the terrifying aura emitted by the devil's spear made them tremble. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Even a mighty figure wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the drunk youth took a step forward, and then he suddenly spat out the wine in his mouth. Poof! The wine spilled out, but as if it had been ignited, it turned into a monstrous fire, rolling in the sky. In an instant, an endless sea of fire spread in the sky, forming a tsunami that rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly burned. The scorching aura seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. What a terrifying flame! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They didn't expect the drunk youth to be able to launch such a powerful attack. It was unbelievable. Sizzle! In an instant, the surrounding devil's chi was quickly burned. The sky became clear again, and the black torrent formed by the devil's spear was also attacked and melted. The flame was too terrifying. It was like a divine flame that could burn everything. The black-robed monk's face changed. The devil's chi on his body belonged to the dark type. Now that it met the monstrous sea of fire, it was naturally suppressed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the devil's spear in his hand shattered, turning into countless black gas, and was then burned clean. Boom! The monk's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, drawing a black light. However, he couldn't escape at all. Chapter 2056. Boom! He was hit by the sea of fire and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The dark monk had lost. The crowd was shocked and could not believe their eyes. The dark monk was extremely terrifying and was listed as a powerful enemy. However, he had lost to an unknown drunk young man. Everyone could not believe it. The first prince's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with coldness. He snorted coldly. What a piece of trash! How dare you embarrass me? The dark monk's defeat surprised the crowd. They did not expect the drunk young man to be so powerful. The 14th prince smiled in satisfaction because he knew the strength of the drunk young man. The drunk young man did not usually show his strength, but his true strength was extremely terrifying. As expected, the moment the drunk young man attacked, he displayed a powerful combat strength. The drunk young man appeared in front of the crowd for the first time in this battle. Every peerless genius frowned and was secretly on guard. The competition continued and the various geniuses attacked again. The battle was unusually intense. Among them, there were peerless geniuses, and there were also dark horses. In short, there were winners and losers among the princes. However, overall, the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were in the lead. Following closely behind them were the 4th prince, the 15th prince, the 9th prince, and the 14th prince. Of course, the princes who were lagging behind looked gloomy. However, they were still able to keep their composure. That was because the battle had just begun and everyone had a chance to attack again. Therefore, they could afford to wait. Soon, the rounds were over. Those who had finished their battle quickly sat down cross-legged and quickly swallowed pills and treasures to recover their inner strength and heal their injuries. That was because no one knew when they would have to fight in such a battle. Therefore, they had to maintain their peak condition at all times to achieve good results. Soon, the battle drum sounded. At that moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and stood up. Is this guy attacking again? When the crowd saw Lin Xian's actions, they became nervous. Previously, they had witnessed Lin Xian defeating a strong opponent with a single move. Everyone had listed Lin Xian as an extremely dangerous person. Now that they saw him fighting, they became nervous again. That was because they did not know who Lin Xian's opponent would be. If it was him, would he be able to withstand it? Lin Xian took a step forward. His figure was like a sword light as he arrived on the battlefield. Then, he scanned the surroundings. Feeling Lin Xian's sharp gaze, many people trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Some even didn't dare to look straight at him. Powerful kings like the First Blade and the Fish Tyrant snorted coldly as their eyes shone with a fierce light. For a time, it could be said that the atmosphere was extremely tense. Humph. This was especially true for the first slash. His expression was solemn, and his gaze was like a sharp heavenly blade that sliced through the void. A terrifying saber intent gushed out of his body. That was because he was known as the #1 swordsman, while his opponent was known as the #1 swordsman. Both of them were in first place, but it was unknown whose sword was stronger and whose saber was stronger. Therefore, when Saber saw Lin Xian for the first time, his gaze was extremely cold. He even wanted to make a move to determine the victor between them. Clang! Clang! Their gazes collided in the air, creating dazzling sparks. Even the void was cut open, forming cracks. Everyone held their breaths, thinking that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle between the two of them. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze. What was going on? He didn't challenge the first slash. Could it be that the two of them didn't fight? Everyone was confused. According to the previous scene, it shouldn't have been like this. They were extremely confused and continued to watch. Lin Xian had indeed shifted his target. His opponent this time was not the first slash. It was someone else, someone that he had wanted to kill for a long time. In the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from the first slash. However, he didn't move his gaze away. He was still on the platform where the third prince was. He looked at the other person. It was a young man in a sword robe. His face was arrogant, and he carried a large black sword on his back. His entire body was emitting a sharp aura. Didn't you want to fight me? I'm here now. Make your move. Lin Xian said coldly. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the sword robe. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in the sword robe sneered, then slowly stood up. The gazes of the surrounding geniuses and princes all turned to look at them. In the next moment, they exclaimed. That person was from the sacred land of Day. Is the sacred land of Day also in the hands of the third prince? What a freak. I recognize him. He's Tanny Fei, the outstanding prodigy of the sacred land of Day. Oh right, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, he confronted Lin Xian. However, they were interrupted in the end and didn't fight. They didn't expect that the battle would continue until today. With this reminder, everyone began to recall what had happened. Indeed, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, Tanny Fei wanted to challenge Lin Xian but was stopped by General Li Hua. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight again, and the first person he challenged was Tanny Fei. Kid, I have to say, how dare you challenge me? You're courting death. If that's the case, I'll let everyone know who the real #1 swordsman is. Tanny Fei revealed a cold smile. The title of the #1 swordsman was too tempting. It was something that every swordsman wanted. Naturally, he was no exception. As long as he could defeat the kid in front of him, he would be able to marry the title. At that time, he could make himself and the sacred land of Day famous in the entire Tai dynasty. Boz. In the next moment, he took a step forward, tore through the void, and flew forward. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The third prince also narrowed his eyes. He knew that Tanny Fei's strength was not weaker than Bai Zijing's. Therefore, it was hard to say who would be the final winner between the two of them. However, he had confidence in Tanny Fei. After all, the sacred land of Day was a very terrifying sacred land, and the Day sword technique was even more terrifying. The eighth prince also took a deep breath and observed with rapt attention. It could be said that this battle had affected everyone's hearts. Kid, choosing me as your opponent is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. In front, Tanny Fei came to the battlefield, looked at Lin Xian, and sneered. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. So much nonsense. Let's fight. I'll let you know how big the gap is between you and the #1 swordsman. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Hearing the provocation, Tanny Fei's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and a powerful force surged out of his body, turning into a shocking sword light. It pierced through heaven and earth. Chapter 2057. Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared in all directions, forming many shining light swords. Boom! 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 The space exploded in an instant, and a powerful aura instantly filled the entire void. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed. So powerful! As expected of a genius from the Dayan sacred land. That sword was too terrifying. The young experts exclaimed. An ordinary-looking young man beside the fourth prince had a solemn look in his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. He was Jian Shisan, a terrifying swordsman. When he felt the sword chi from Tanny Fei, his expression was solemn. As expected of someone from the Dayan sacred land, he was indeed powerful. First Blade also had a solemn look on his face. However, he did not know who was more powerful between the two of them. To be honest, he was not confident about the outcome of the battle. Given the current situation, they could only wait quietly. On the first prince's side, the golden-looking young man opened his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Interesting, he said calmly. At that moment, Tanny Fei also made his move. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. A sharp sword chi was released from his palm. The sword chi was dark and heavy like a mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure. In an instant, it descended from the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. That was the overmount sword technique, an advanced Earth-class martial art. It was a terrifying sword technique. When it was unleashed, each ray of sword chi was like an ancient mountain range, abnormally thick and heavy. Not to mention an ordinary king, even an almighty would be suppressed in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. No one expected Tanny Fei to use such a terrifying sword technique as soon as he appeared. Boom! However, a terrifying flame energy surged out of Lin Xian's body. In an instant, the terrifying flame light shot into the sky. Then, Lin Xian threw out a punch. In an instant, it shattered the incomparably pitch-black, mountain-like sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so violent and domineering. He shattered such a terrifying sword technique with one punch. Even an ordinary almighty would not be able to do that. Humph! Seeing this, Tanny Fei coldly harumphed and attacked again. With a clanging sound, the huge black sword on his back was pulled out. Holding it in his hand, it turned into a black city. Carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, it quickly pressed down. Clang! The void exploded in an instant. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying black sword chi. That sharp aura was hard to believe. What a terrifying sword! This should also be a top-grade artifact. The geniuses in the distance were startled seeing this. This was because they could clearly sense how terrifying this sword was. Apart from the sword technique, the Black Greatsword should also be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to emit such an aura. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed to have lost its luster, leaving only the black sword. It slashed down quickly, like a black thunder that wanted to destroy everything. However, what was even more shocking was Lin Xian's performance. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword chi, he actually didn't have any intention of dodging. There was no trace of nervousness on his handsome face. Vulcan's roar. In the next moment, he directly attacked. A terrifying hell flame gushed out from his body and quickly bloomed, forming a black giant. Then, the giant threw out a punch. Boom! 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 The violent black giant threw out a terrifying punch, bringing with it a sky full of black flames and terrifying power. In an instant, the void exploded as it violently slammed into the Black Greatsword. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The entire void was smashed into nothingness, and cracks filled the sky. In the distance, the crowd gasped. This was because they had only just started fighting, and both sides had already displayed such powerful super skills. It was truly shocking. Beside the 14th prince, the drunk young man squinted his eyes, which were shining with golden light. What a terrifying flame power! What kind of flame was that? He was extremely surprised. Because he was also a fire-type king, he had powerful flames in his hands. However, at this moment, the black flames on Lin Xian's body also posed a great threat to him, so he had to be serious. In the sky, the Black Greatsword was blocked, and it could not descend at all. Tanny Fei also frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his killer move. It was truly a surprise. Lin Xian said indifferently. You want to fight for the first sword with just this little bit of strength? You're too naive. You're courting death. Hearing this, Tanny Fei was enraged. In the next moment, he roared again, and the sharp sword chi on his body exploded again. Edgeless Great Sword. It was another killer move, and countless black cracks appeared in the sky. The entire space trembled rapidly. Obviously, Tanny Fei had used another terrifying sword Dao killer move. Humph. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and put his palms together. Suddenly, the black giant on his body also changed rapidly. Then, a pitch-black, 100-foot-long black flame greatsword appeared in the sky, held by the giant. Then, it slashed forward. Whoosh! Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly torn apart. Then, it collided with the black dragon-like greatsword. The sky collapsed again, and everything within a 10,000-mile radius was enveloped by an invisible sword wave. In the sky, countless thunderous sounds were heard. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Then, two figures could be seen standing in front of them. Both of their faces were solemn. In the distance, the crowd also exclaimed. Those two were so strong. They were the top prodigies of the younger generation. Yes, those two were probably just testing the waters and had not used their full strength yet. After all, Tanny Fei had not used the Dian sword technique yet. Until now, Lin Xian had not drawn his sword, and was only using sword qi to fight. Those two were so strong that no one could fight against them except for a few prodigies. Exclamations were heard one after another. Obviously, the crowd was shocked by the strength of those two. In fact, even the elders of the imperial family in the sky nodded their heads slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian and Tanny Fei in front of them started fighting again. Both of them were extremely fast, like lightning, and kept colliding in the sky. Every time, there would be a patch of sword light that turned into sharp sword qi and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, and the terrifying aura made people shudder. However, the crowd was still shocked. That was because Tanny Fei had not used the Dian sword formation, and Lin Xian had not drawn his sword. Chapter 2058. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian did not stop attacking. Although he did not draw his sword, the sword qi that he released was sharp. The sword qi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. The power contained in the sword qi made people want to kneel down and worship it. However, one had to admit that Tanny Fei was extremely powerful. As a sky pride of the Dian sacred ground, his unique skills were terrifying. Moreover, the giant black sword in his hand was a precious treasure. This made him, who was originally fierce, even more violent. Boz! At this moment, Tanny Fei slashed out again. A terrifying sword light appeared and slashed down. This sword contained a terrifying murderous aura that locked onto Lin Xian and wanted to kill him. The murderous aura was so powerful that it could even hurt one's soul. Boz! Lin Xian blocked the attack with a backhand. Countless sword qi intertwined on his palm and formed a green dragon divine shield that blocked the terrifying sword light. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he formed a seal with his right hand and a terrifying lightning power surged out from his palm and quickly took shape. It turned into a thunder eagle and flew out instantly. Boom! This thunder eagle was extremely terrifying. It was completely formed by the lightning power and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared into the void like a bolt of lightning. When it reappeared, it was still in front of Tanny Fei. What? It was so fast. Tanny Fei's face changed drastically and his pupils shrank. He did not expect this move at all. Previously, he had seen Lin Xian's ice power and knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Therefore, he was on guard against these two powers. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to use three powers. The power of lightning. This surprised him and he could not guard against it. Therefore, in an instant, the Thunder Eagle appeared in front of him and was about to attack him. Buzz! At this critical moment, Tanny Fei used the giant black sword in his hand to block in front of him. Countless sword runes flickered on the giant sword and turned into rays of sword light that formed a terrifying sword screen that protected him. Boom! At the next moment, the wild thunderbolt eagle crashed into the sword screen that filled the sky, causing a huge explosion. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, completely drowning the sky. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled continuously, deafening everyone's ears. The expressions of the surrounding elites and sky prides also changed. They also did not expect Lin Xian to possess the power of lightning. It was truly surprising. This kid was too terrifying. First, he displayed the power of ice and fire. Now, he displayed the power of lightning. Moreover, the power of these three attributes were all so powerful. Where did he come from? A series of discussions took place. Even geniuses like Fish Tyrant and First Saber could no longer stay calm. The reason for that was because the power contained within the three attributes was simply too frightening. It caused them to be extremely fearful. The eighth prince's lips curled into a smile. He thought in his heart that these should be the three powers of the Cerberus. Who would have thought that he would be able to grasp them all? This kid was truly a peerless genius. He was able to grasp the power of the Cerberus in such a short time. The eighth prince had been to Valurium Palace before, so he knew about the existence of the Cerberus Mountain. He also knew that Lin Xian was cultivating in the Cerberus Mountain. Therefore, when he saw the three attributes, he naturally thought of the Cerberus. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder continued, but the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, the sky full of thunder and lightning disappeared, allowing the crowd to see the situation inside. Then, they were all stunned. Because they saw a figure standing in front of them. In front of him was a terrifying light screen that flickered with cold light. It formed a strong defense. However, there was a small gap in the light screen. It was only the size of a palm, but it was enough. It was enough for the wild thunderbolt eagle to enter. Sure enough, on Tanny Fei's face, there was a small sword mark, a wound. Blood flowed down his face, dyeing half of it red. At this moment, under that ferocious face, it was extremely terrifying. Blood. Tanny Fei's body trembled slightly. He dipped his hand in a drop of blood and held it in front of his eyes. Then, he roared at the sky. Damned brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. He was too angry. He didn't expect that he would be the first to be injured. Moreover, it was his face that was hit. This wasn't a slap to his face. Therefore, he was truly angry. In the next moment, he roared. Great development sword technique. Along with this voice, streaks of sharp sword light gushed out from the huge black sword. They turned into swords of light in the sky and quickly spread out. Then, they formed a monstrous formation that sealed off the entire space. Great development sword technique. In the sky, countless swords of light emitted a terrifying light. They formed an extremely complex sword formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The aura that emanated from it shocked everyone. At this moment, the eyes of First Blade, Fish Tyrant, Sword Shirsan, and other geniuses bloomed. This was because the Dian sword formation was truly too powerful. Within the formation, Lin Xian also frowned. He felt the swords of light coming from all directions, and his expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless icy auras appeared on his body. Ice protection. An illusion of the goddess of ice appeared, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him and blocked the swords of light that filled the sky. However, at this moment, Tanny Fei sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. It's useless. No matter how powerful your defense is, you can't block my great development sword formation. Just you wait, you'll be killed very soon. His voice was unusually cold and emotionless. Killed? You're really naive. Do you think you're the only one who has a sword formation? Lin Xian sneered. He stomped his foot, and red sword patterns immediately appeared under his feet. They formed a sword diagram that quickly spread out. With him as the center, it instantly enveloped the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword formation. When the sword formation was formed, it released an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The entire ground seemed to have turned into a sea of blood hell, emitting a dense murderous aura. What? What kind of sword formation is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone was extremely shocked. They were all stunned by the blood-colored aura. In the sky, Tanny Fei's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party to have mastered a sword formation. Moreover, it seemed to be quite powerful. That murderous aura made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, he soon sneered because he was very confident in the Great Development Sword formation. The Great Development Sword formation was the ultimate technique of the Great Development Sacred Ground. No matter what kind of formation the other party had, it could not be compared to his. He was very confident about that. Therefore, in the next moment, he continued to activate the Great Development Sword formation. Streaks of sword chi flew in the air, forming a sword of light that quickly combined. Chapter 2059. Boss. Lin Xian also controlled the demon-slaying sword formation to counterattack. The blood-colored sword chi quickly intertwined and formed a blood-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. Boom! 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 The blood-colored phoenix soared into the sky and knocked away all the light swords around it. Then, it let out a long cry and turned into a red torrent that charged forward. In the next moment, it collided with the light dragon formed by the light swords. An intense battle broke out in the sky. The two divine beasts that were formed by the light swords seemed to be real and were exceptionally terrifying. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately, more blood-colored sword chi surged out from the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet and turned into a phoenix that charged forward. 1, 2, 3, 9. The 9 blood-colored phoenixes were completely formed by the sword chi and covered the sky. When they spread their wings, they covered the entire sky. They emitted a monstrous blood aura and sharp sword chi as they charged toward the light dragon. Although the light dragon was formed by the Dian sword formation, it could not withstand the attacks of the 9 blood-colored phoenixes at all. In an instant, it turned into countless pieces and scattered in the sky. Dian sword formation, sword shatters the sky. Seeing this scene, Tanny Fei roared furiously. He waved the giant sword in his hand and quickly activated the Dian sword formation to make another killing move. In the sky, countless sword chi flashed. They were densely packed and extremely mysterious. They intertwined with each other and emitted a mysterious power. Boom! 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 In an instant, the terrifying sword chi pierced through the 9 blood-colored phoenixes and turned into a ray of light. Then, it charged toward Lin Xian quickly. Seeing this, the surrounding princes and sky prides were all shocked. This was because they had seen how terrifying the 9-headed blood-colored phoenixes were. However, at this moment, Tanny Fei was able to make an even more powerful killing move. This really shocked them. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. They wanted to know if he would be able to block the attack. Lin Xian's expression changed and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his palm print and the ice protection appeared again. Not only that, but he was also wearing a black cloak battle armor. Between the ice shield and the black battle armor was the Azure Dragon Divine Shield formed by the Dragon Sword domain. Boom! Boom! When he was done, the sharp sword light slashed down. Soon, it collided with the Ice Guardian and caused a huge explosion. Sword light and ice exploded all over the sky, drowning out this part of the sky. This strike was earth-shattering. Even a peerless genius like the First Blade, Fist Tyrant, was frowning. That brat Lin Xian would most likely be seriously injured if he was hit head-on. That's right, with such a powerful attack, he could only rely on his speed to dodge it. It was simply impossible to resist it head-on. Sounds of discussion could be heard, and the third prince revealed a satisfied smile. The reason for that was because he didn't believe that anyone would be able to withstand his attack. On the other side, the eighth prince frowned. Although he had confidence in Lin Xian, he was still extremely worried at the moment. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait patiently. In front of him, Tanny Fei held the giant black sword in his hand and curled his lips into a cold smile. He knew that his attack had definitely hit his opponent. At the very least, he would be seriously injured. In fact, he might even kill his opponent. Thinking of that, he became even more smug. However, when the energy that filled the sky disappeared, he was stunned. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. That was because the sword light that filled the sky in front of him had disappeared, and then Lin Xian's figure appeared. A huge crack appeared on the ice goddess statue on his body. It had been slashed open by the sword. However, under the ice goddess statue, there was a coiled azure dragon that formed a divine shield. It was this azure dragon shield that had blocked the sharp sword light, preventing Lin Xian from being injured at all. At that moment, Lin Xian raised his head slightly, his expression incomparably calm. However, there was an extremely cold light in his eyes. What? How could he have blocked it? He wasn't injured. Seeing this scene, the princes and prodigies in the distance were all stunned. They could not believe it at all. That was an extremely terrifying killing move of the Dian sword formation. Even they did not dare to take it head-on. They could only dodge. However, someone had actually blocked it head-on. It was really surprising. How did he do it? First Blade, Fistball, and the others had grave expressions. The third prince's expression became extremely unpleasant. On the other side, the eighth prince was indeed smiling. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Impossible, how could that be? In the sky, Tanny Fei shook his head frantically in disbelief. He was very confident in that attack. Even if it could not kill his opponent, it could at least injure him. However, what was going on now? His opponent had completely blocked his killing move and was not even injured at all. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, I don't believe it. Tanny Fei roared at the sky and activated the terrifying sword formation around him again, wanting to kill his opponent. However, the demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet flickered with an extremely terrifying light. Tens of thousands of blood-colored sword chi filled the sky and blocked the Dian sword formation. At that moment, Lin Xian also spoke. The Dian sword formation is indeed powerful, but it can't hurt me. Therefore, you are destined to lose this battle. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tanny Fei's body trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He was Tanny Fei. He was an outstanding genius of the Dian Holy Land, a terrifying genius. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. This time, he came to compete for the title of the #1 swordsman. However, he had lost. He could not accept losing to a young swordsman that he had never heard of. "Ah! I'm going to kill you!" Tanny Fay roared crazily, and a king's domain quickly appeared beside him. It cooperated with the Dian sword formation to form an even more terrifying killing move. However, at that moment, First Blade and the others frowned. Tanny Fay's condition was not right. Was he going crazy? On the other side, Jian Shan also shook his head slightly. It's over. Tanny Fay must have suffered a serious blow. The most important thing for a swordsman was confidence, because that was the source of confidence in himself. However, at that moment, Tanny Fay's confidence was shaken. This was fatal for a swordsman. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. At that moment, he pulled out the 9 Darkness demonic sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted once again. At that moment, he was like a sword god, incomparably terrifying. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and then he waved a sharp sword light. Ice break. The sword chi that filled the sky emitted a biting cold aura, and then the sword cut through heaven and earth. Bang! This sword directly sent Tanny Fay flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tanny Fay would be defeated by Lin Xian. Chapter 2060. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tanny Fay was actually defeated in front of Lin Xian too. What level had Lin Xian reached? How could he be so terrifying? Puff! Tanny Fay spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He struggled to get up, but the sword attack had injured him too severely. He could no longer continue the battle. In the sky, the royal family elder said in a deep voice when he saw this scene. Lin Xian had won this battle. Then, Lin Xian kept his demonic sword. The 8th prince had won another trump jade token. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid of Lin Xian. Peerless experts like First Blade and Fish Tyrant had a serious expression. They wanted to fight with Lin Xian for 300 rounds. Even the Golden Lion King from the War Tribe, who was beside the first prince, opened his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. On the other side, Tanny Fay was sent off the stage. His face was filled with unwillingness and despair. This battle had dealt a huge blow to him. He had always been conceited and did not put anyone in his eyes. Especially when it came to swordsmanship, he thought that he was the top of the younger generation. But now, he had been defeated and sent flying by a sword attack. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. The 3rd prince's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Damn it. I must not let this kid live. I must at least injure him severely. Otherwise, he would be too much of a threat. Don't worry. Although he is strong, he is still not my match." First Blade said in a deep voice. There was a cold light in his eyes. Fish Tyrant also snorted. "I have 80% confidence in defeating him." Both of them were top-notch sky prides. They were powerful and were at the peak of their respective fields. Therefore, the 3rd prince calmed down with these two people's words. On the other side, the first prince asked, "Are you confident in defeating Lin Xian?" Golden Lion King sneered. "He is not my match at all." Hearing this, the first prince smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. With the Golden Lion King as his trump card, it could be said that this time, he didn't fear anyone. At this moment, First Blade also stood up. It was my turn. The first strike was unleashed. He was extremely domineering, as if he was the saber god, standing in the void. Biting cold killing intent surged in all directions. His opponent was a martial art practitioner under the 2nd prince. When that person saw that his opponent was the first slash, his expression stiffened. Clearly, although he was strong, he was still no match for the first slash. At this moment, First Blade glanced at the young man and said calmly, "If you don't want to die, don't attack." "Humph. Although you're powerful, it won't be easy for you to defeat me." The young man gritted his teeth. Although he wasn't as strong as the other party, how could he lose without a fight? Therefore, in the next moment, the young man roared angrily, and an enormous aura surged from his body. At the same time, a king's domain appeared. Facing the first strike, he didn't dare to be careless, and he immediately unleashed his king's domain. Coupled with his killing move, he quickly charged over like a berserk god of war. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing that his opponent was charging over, First Blade sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and disappeared on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Then, a sonorous sound was heard in the void, and a blue saber light flashed, cutting through the void and splitting apart the terrifying king's domain. Buzz! The biting cold saber landed directly between the young man's eyebrows. If it had gone a little further, it would have split the young man's body in half. The young man froze in midair, and his expression became extremely ugly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was frightened by the saber light. Although the saber light didn't hit him, the terrifying murderous intent that it emitted made him extremely shocked. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding people also changed, and they were all extremely shocked. They didn't expect First Blade to be so terrifying that he defeated his opponent in one move. Wasn't this a little too powerful? As expected of the #1 swordsman. He was indeed terrifying. That slash was too fast. I couldn't even see the trajectory of the slash clearly. Many prodigies exclaimed. That was because they realized that even when facing First Blade, they didn't have full confidence. They might not even be able to dodge it, and could only take it head-on. "You win." That young man said those words with difficulty. Then, he lost all his strength. He was also a prodigy, but when facing First Blade, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Seeing this scene, the second prince's face became incomparably ugly. However, there was nothing he could do. His status couldn't be compared to the third prince, so he could only sulk at this moment. After the First Blade, the Golden Lion King next to the first prince also stood up. He took a step forward and arrived at the battle stage below. Then, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a golden god of war. He didn't deliberately emit his aura, but that sharp aura was indeed suppressing the crowd to the point that they couldn't breathe. His opponent was a cultivator under the seventh prince. When that cultivator saw that he had to face the Golden Lion King, his expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead rat. However, admitting defeat without a fight made him lose face. Therefore, he could only brace himself and fight. One punch. With a simple punch, the Golden Lion King exploded heaven and earth, sending that cultivator flying. Everyone was amazed by the Golden Lion King's strength. Because in such a battle, it was impossible to see how strong the opponent was. It seemed that they could only get a glimpse of the Golden Lion King's strength when fighting against some exceptional prodigy. Next, Jian Shersan, Quan Ba, Duan Qingqing and the others also made their moves. Both of them settled their battles with ease. Until now, the eighth prince's side was still slightly in the lead. Behind him were the first prince and the third prince. Behind them were the fourth prince, the 15th prince and the 9th prince. At this moment, a tall young man beside the first prince stood up. This young man was even more majestic than the Golden Lion King. His body was filled with power. His upper body was bare, and every muscle was like a dragon. This was the terrifying Herculean king. Legend had it that he had boundless strength, and no one dared to fight him in close combat. His previous performance was also like that. When facing the enemy's attacks, he didn't dodge at all. Those attacks hit his body and made clanging sounds. They didn't cause any damage at all. His body was like a top-grade armor, abnormally sturdy. And his opponent couldn't even take a single punch from him. That was because the strength was too violent. Seeing the Herculean king appear, everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that no matter who the opponent was, there was probably no hope. However, when the Herculean king's opponent really stood up, everyone exclaimed. Chapter 2061. They knew that no matter who his opponent was, there was probably no hope for him. However, when the Herculean king's opponent stepped out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was extremely shocked. That was because the Herculean king's opponent was not simple. He was also a peerless genius under the 8th prince. The Silver Dragon Spear Monarch, Lu Fei. His strength was not weaker than the Herculean king's. The silver spear in his hand was like a silver dragon, leaving a deep impression on everyone. They did not expect that this battle would turn out to be between two peerless geniuses. This should be the most intense battle so far apart from Lin Xian and Tanny Fei. At the thought of this, everyone became excited and watched nervously. The 3rd prince also smiled. No matter who won this battle, they would be able to exhaust the top forces of the 1st prince and the 8th prince. To him, there were only benefits and no harm. Lu Fei, you'd better back down. You're no match for me. Your silver dragon spear can't break through my defense at all. The Herculean king said coldly. His voice was also filled with power, causing the void to tremble rapidly. How would you know if you don't try? My silver dragon spear is not something you can imagine. Lu Fei snorted. As a peerless genius, he was naturally not afraid of the Herculean king. So what if his opponent's defense was strong? He was confident in his attack power. In that case, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to have an unparalleled defense. The Herculean king grinned. However, although he was grinning, his body emitted a terrifying aura, as if a peerless demon king was rapidly awakening. Feeling this aura, the surrounding martial artists felt a chill run down their spines and a chill ran down their spines. Humph. Lu Fei was even more direct. He took a step forward and charged over quickly. Then, he clenched his fist and a silver spear quickly appeared. Then, he stabbed out with the spear. Boom! The entire area of silver light trembled and gathered in the sky. Then, it pressed down on the ground. The entire space was completely dyed silver white. That terrifying aura was like a dragon moving out. It was extremely terrifying and made everyone's scalp tingle. In front of him, facing the terrifying spear, the Herculean king also made his move. He did not have any weapons. His pair of fists were his most terrifying weapons. When he moved, his terrifying fists shook the void and carried a sky full of green light as they blasted forward. Savage technique. This was an extremely terrifying mystical ability. Rumor had it that it originated from the ancient times. Now that it was being used by the Herculean king, it carried with it a ferocious aura. His fists seemed to have transformed into two peerless demon kings. They were abnormally terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the void and violently smashed onto the silver spear light. Boom! The collision between the two kings and the Herculean king. The entire sky was distorted, and a huge hole was blasted open in the void. Boundless cracks spread out in all directions. Many martial artists took a deep breath and their bodies trembled. Even a peerless genius like Fist Tyrant had a solemn look on his face. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That was because he discovered that the two of them were truly very powerful. Neither of them were weaker than Tanny Fei. Boom boom. In the sky, as the two of them collided, huge cracks continuously appeared and spread in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Fei frowned. That was because he discovered that his opponent was actually able to contend against him with only a pair of fists. This really surprised him. One should know that he was a peerless genius. The silver spear in his hand was even more terrifying. This strike could even penetrate a mighty figure. However, his opponent's fist was blocked, and he did not receive any damage. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, held the silver spear with both hands, and attacked again. Ha! On the other side, the Herculean king let out a hearty laugh as well as he stretched out his arm. That horrifying palm was like a mountain as it slapped out viciously, causing the void to tremble. Boom! Boom! This was an extremely terrifying battle. When the two of them attacked, their battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. The surrounding people exclaimed in admiration. The power displayed by these two people was simply too powerful. One had sharp attacks, while the other had unparalleled defense. It could be said that they had reached the pinnacle of their respective realms. Boom! The Herculean king, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. His defense was unparalleled, and his physique was tough. He was not afraid of these attacks at all. Therefore, at this moment, he was like a god of war as he charged over. His entire body exuded a terrifying power. On the other hand, Lu Fei was extremely solemn. The silver spear in his hand continued to fly out like a silver river, stirring up the void. That sharp aura was enough to make people shudder with fear. Boom! There was another earth-shattering collision. Then, Lu Fei's body trembled as he kept retreating. Cracks also appeared on his hand that was holding the silver spear. What? Lu Fei was pushed back and injured. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed. It seemed that the Herculean king was indeed stronger. I've said it before, you're no match for me. The Herculean king said loudly. On the other hand, Lu Fei snorted coldly as he channeled his power to heal the wounds on his hand. Then, he gripped the silver spear tightly again, and his entire person became extremely fierce. These injuries won't let you defeat me. Next, show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you'll definitely be injured. At this point, Lu Fei took a step forward, and his body suddenly erupted. A silver light, like a silver divine spear, pierced through the clouds. That aura was so powerful that no one could look directly at it. When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked. They knew that Lu Fei was probably going to go all out. Sure enough, a king's domain quickly appeared behind him, emitting an unparalleled light. It was as if a silver dragon was circling around him. Not only that, but his aura also suddenly skyrocketed, reaching the peak of a 6-star king. It seemed that he was only one step away from breaking through the 6-star king realm and stepping into the almighty realm. Feeling this aura, many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. God, he's actually reached the peak of a 6-star king realm. It seems that he's not far from the almighty realm. Yes, this Lu Fei is really terrifying. I didn't expect him to reach such a level. After breaking through to the almighty realm, no one in the younger generation would be a match for him. Discussions sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was extremely shocked. The young geniuses looked extremely solemn. Because at this point, they were all 6-star kings, and their combat power was at the almighty realm. However, at this time, if someone broke through first and became a true almighty, he would soar into the sky and suppress the other geniuses. Chapter 2062. At this moment, Lu Fei could be said to be quite powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were sharp, and the silver spear in his hand was emitting a dazzling light. In the next moment, he stared at the Herculean king and said coldly, "Next, I will be using my full strength. Whether you can withstand it or not will depend on your luck." On the other side, the Herculean king also frowned because his opponent's aura was already enough to pose a threat to him. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and circulated the spiritual power in his body. Then, his body expanded again. Blue patterns appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. Not only that, but these patterns also condensed to form a pattern of a wolf's head on his shoulder. It was abnormally terrifying. His aura also skyrocketed. That was the celestial wolf constitution. Seeing this scene, the imperial family elders in the sky suddenly narrowed their eyes and exclaimed. The young prodigies and princes below were also shocked. The celestial wolf constitution, he actually has the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. Everyone was too shocked because previously, they thought that the Herculean king was powerful because of the savage technique that had been passed down since ancient times. But now, it seemed that it was not only that. Not only did he master an ancient cultivation technique, but he also had a strange bloodline constitution. What was the celestial wolf constitution? Lin Xian asked with a slight frown. Duan Qingqing was surprised, but soon explained softly. The celestial wolf constitution was a special bloodline constitution that was very powerful. Its power was above the back of earth constitution. It was above the thick earth constitution. Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He had seen the thick earth constitution before, and it had shocked everyone at the sword conference on Mount Hua. That was because it was said to have an extremely strong defense. He did not expect the celestial wolf constitution to be stronger than the back of earth constitution. It was really shocking. No wonder the Herculean king was so terrifying and had such a powerful bloodline. At the front, Lu Fei also frowned. He did not expect the Herculean king to have the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. The Herculean king laughed. "Kid, I have to say, you should be proud that you made me use the celestial wolf constitution. But now, the battle is over. Whether it ends or not, I have the final say." When Lu Fei heard this, he snorted coldly. Then, he clenched the silver spear in his hand and attacked quickly. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, the world shook violently. The king's domain behind him instantly expanded and enveloped the entire space. Spiritual energy surged as the long spear turned into a torrent. An endless amount of killing intent soared into the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the power king alive. The Herculean king also roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the void. Then, he threw out a punch. Above the fist, a blue aura spread out and turned into a ferocious wolf head that appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura rushed out of the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have transformed into a heavenly wolf. The Herculean king's heavenly wolf bloodline was so powerful. In the sky, the first elder of the royal family was shocked. He frowned as he looked at the heavenly wolf's cry. He knew that the silhouette of the heavenly wolf was stimulated from the bloodline of the Herculean king. It was the power of the bloodline. Incomparably terrifying. He was afraid that Lu Fei would not be able to win this battle. That was indeed the case. As soon as the silhouette of the heavenly wolf appeared, it tore through the void and slammed onto the silver spear. Instantly, the spear was sent flying. Not only that, the heavenly wolf's claw slammed onto Lu Fei's body and sent him flying. Lu Fei spat out blood and flew backward. His face was extremely pale. This time, he was severely injured. Humph, I told you, you're no match for me. The Power King retracted his fist and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Lu Fei gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He grabbed the silver spear beside him and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, the eighth prince stood up and said loudly, "Lu Fei, that's enough. Come back." The eighth prince had no choice but to attack. If Lu Fei continued to fight, he would most likely be severely injured. If he could not recover by then, his losses would be even greater. After all, there would be a competition for the second round. At that time, he would snatch it back. Anyway, a jade token was not a fatal difference. Hearing the eighth prince's words, Lu Fei nodded heavily, then turned around and left the battlefield. This was a clash between the first prince and the eighth prince, and the first prince won. The first prince was naturally satisfied. Originally, he had two generals under him. One was the Power King, and the other was Bai Zijing. One of them was unparalleled, while the other had terrifying swordsmanship. Now, although Bai Zijing had sealed his sword and did not attack. However, the Power King was extremely powerful. So far, he had not been defeated. Moreover, he had invited the geniuses of the battle group. This time, he would definitely be able to suppress the eighth prince and the third prince. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side looked solemn. That was because the Power King was too terrifying. However, when Lu Fei returned, the eighth prince asked Lu Fei to quickly sit down and recover. Moreover, he asked his subordinates to give him many natural treasures. They were all precious herbs from the palace, and the recovery effect was amazing. Lu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some elixirs to recover. At the side, Lin Xian did not speak, but his eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, he was recalling the previous battle in his mind. He had to admit that the Power King's defensive power had surprised him. Especially the serious constitution and the Barbarian King technique, both of which were very powerful. He was comparing whether his great dragon sword soul could break through the opponent's defense. If he did not use physical attacks, but another path, soul attacks, what would the effect be? One should know that his heavenly secret divine eyes was very terrifying. Although he could not use it at full strength, it was easy for him to use soul illusions and soul attacks together with his soul power. Therefore, although the Power King was powerful, Lin Xian instantly came up with two ways to deal with him. Next, the battle continued. Every battle was thrilling. However, at this moment, the crowd exclaimed again. Because they realized that it was going to be another earth-shattering battle. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King from the war tribe stood up again. He was like the sun war god, walking in the void. Every step he took brought about great power and light that filled the sky. His opponent was not simple either. It was the third prince's side, Fish Tyrant, who was famous for his fish techniques. Fish Tyrant was a handsome man with short hair and a red string tied around his head. He wore short sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. On his palms, he was wearing two red boxing gloves that were covered with veined patterns. These were two top-grade artifacts. Together with his violent fish techniques, they could destroy everything. Chapter 2063. Humph. When the first prince saw this, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He knew that he had won again this time. Because he was very confident in the Golden Lion King. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Previously, he was still gloating because the eighth prince had lost a great general. However, he did not expect that it would be his turn in the blink of an eye. To be honest, although Quan Ba was very powerful, the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Up until now, no one knew exactly what kind of strength he had. Because he only used one punch in every battle. A simple punch was enough to defeat the enemy. As for his true strength, no one knew. The eighth prince's side also showed interest. This Golden Lion King was not simple. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, it was estimated that Quan Ba would be able to force him to use 80% of his strength. The other princes and sky prides were also discussing. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps they could use this battle to see the Golden Lion King's true strength. Humph. Quan Ba also snorted coldly and came to the battlefield. He did not say anything and directly started the battle. Boom! With a punch, a red light soared into the sky and mysterious runes appeared around it. This punch carried an indescribable might. It was like the fist of a deity as it blasted out at high speed. It was as if everything in the world had to submit to this punch. This was the Tyrant Fist. The surrounding sky prides exclaimed. They did not expect Quan Ba to be so decisive and use his ultimate move in an instant. The Tyrant Fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It was rumored that once it was used, it would sweep across all directions. Boom! On the other side, the Golden Lion King also made his move. He was expressionless and wore a golden armor. He was like a golden god of war as he also struck out with his palm. In an instant, a golden light flickered and a violent shockwave appeared in the sky. It was like a golden sun streaking across the sky. It flew across the sky and collided, causing the entire sky to be torn apart. In the next moment, the two fists collided and an intense collision occurred. The light that filled the sky was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. After the collision, the two retracted their fists. And at this time, Fish Tyrant coldly snorted. What battle race? What Golden Lion King? In my opinion, they are nothing more than this. Today, I will suppress you. Is that so? On the other side, the Golden Lion King sneered. His fist changed again. At this moment, the golden battle armor on his body shone brightly as streams of golden chi rushed out from his body. They circled around him. Not only that, but mysterious runes also appeared in the surroundings, floating in the sky. Even in the void, an ancient voice rang out. It was extremely mysterious, like the sigh of a Buddha god. What kind of divine ability was this? It was actually so terrifying. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the first saber, the Herculean King, was frowning. That was because at this moment, the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It caused them to feel fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also frowned. He couldn't help but admit that this Golden Lion King was really strong. Furthermore, the golden aura that surrounded him was even more hair-raising. However, in the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and offset this terrifying aura. However, the others weren't so lucky. Those who were stronger frowned, while those who were weaker directly circulated their spiritual energy to support the defense of their battle armor to resist. Was this the strength of the battle race? It was too terrifying. Damn it, why do I feel like I am facing a peerless powerhouse? Exclamations could be heard one after another, and Fish Tyrant also frowned. Similarly, he felt a terrifying threat. In the next moment, he roared, and a red wave of air burst out from his body. The King Domain floated up and surrounded his body. At the same time, the red gloves on his hands also emitted streaks of fiery light, as if they were divine flames. Not only that, Fish Tyrant's eyes were emitting a scorching light. To be honest, although the other party's aura was terrifying, he was too excited at this moment. That was because he had never met such a powerful opponent. he was also a genius. Now that he met such a person, he was naturally excited and wanted to go all out. Boom! In the next moment, he quickly waved his fist, and the fist shadows that filled the sky turned into streaks of light, flickering as they shot out. Tyrant Fist, Tyrant Massacre. That terrifying fist emitted an imposing aura that could sweep through all directions, as well as a shocking murderous aura. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King still sent out a palm strike. Strange runes flickered on the golden palm, and the golden chi around him also surged. It was like the hand of a Buddha, bringing with it a terrifying power. Lai Kong. A cold voice came from the Golden Lion King's mouth. Sure enough, the entire space was split into two by his palm, and an incomparably terrifying crack appeared. It spread forward. Crack. 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 The fist shadows that filled the sky, the terrifying aura, and the domineering aura were instantly torn apart by the crack. What? It was resolved so easily. Fist Tyrant's pupils shrank in disbelief. Wasn't the other party a little too strong? The surrounding people also exclaimed. This Golden Lion King was too heaven-defying. It could even resolve Tyrant's killing move so easily. The first prince sneered. Humph. The power of the war tribe is not something you can imagine. On the other side, the third prince frowned. It looked like Fist Tyrant couldn't win. However, he didn't know how much strength he could make the Golden Lion King use. He estimated that it should be around 80%. If that was the case, only the first saber in his hand could contend against the other party. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. In front, the Golden Lion King looked at his opponent and said coldly. You're underestimating me. Fist Tyrant only snorted. How could he admit defeat so easily? In the next moment, his fist trembled, and flames filled the sky, forming two terrifying tornadoes that swept in all directions. Tyrant Fist, Heaven Blazing Mad Dance. The two fist shadows turned into two flaming tornadoes that swept out. Everywhere they passed, countless black holes appeared in the space. Overestimating yourself. The Golden Lion King sneered. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly emitted a golden light that pierced through the void like a golden sword. The golden chi around him started to churn. Then, it condensed into the image of a golden lion behind him. Boom! Golden kill. Another fist was sent out, and the roar of a lion resounded in the sky, shaking the void. Then, that terrifying fist turned into a golden lion and pounced over. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.